Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Prior to beginning the video, I would like to express my gratitude to the original author for allowing us to use their creation in our video. Thank you very much. The original author's work is in description. Let's get on to the video now. Incognito mode by XX_monochrome_XX Chapter 1 Nedzu didn't know how long he had been in this building. Basement? Perhaps, if he had been asked then, he would not have been able to answer any of these questions. This perplexed him. He wanted to tear his fur, run along the walls and tear apart his bed, but he can't call this place bed. It was a dog bed. One day, as usual, he was taken to experiments during which you had to remain conscious, otherwise you would not feel the effect and you would be punished. That's how he got one of the scars, right in the middle of his eye when he passed out. One day, when he was sent to the common room with the others, he tried to talk to the other creatures, but they just seemed tired. They didn't want anything, didn't strive. Nedzu didn't really like this. It's very difficult to communicate with such creatures. But how would he know? He lived his whole life in a laboratory with animals just like him. After these meetings, they were all sent to the closets. In reality, these were small rooms containing dog beds of not very good quality. Sitting down on this couch, Nedzu began to think. He's been thinking a lot lately, trying to keep himself occupied and not go crazy. How long was he there? Days? Months? Years? He didn't know. The only thing he cared about was getting out of this hellish place. And so the plan was born. Nedzu ran ahead of these guards. Many of them were huge, but not agile or fast. They could not react quickly, but only hit hard, so in no case was it possible to hit. Nedzu ran outside when one of the guards opened the door to check if subject 5509 had escaped. That's how they called him here. He didn't want it to be just some project, so he decided to give himself a name. And so Nedzu appeared, out of rage and indignation. Nedzu didn't know where he was running. It seemed like he was in some kind of dream, because he was in relatively clean air. It seemed that the guards were a little far behind, but Nedzu didn't care. He didn't calm down until he reached one of the alleys. Where is he anyway? It's very dark outside. It seems like it's the middle of the night, and the area is a little shabby here and there. Nedzu ran through the alleys, but he soon stopped. He fell on his stomach from exhaustion and hunger, and crawled behind the trash can, staying there, and trying to take a nap. Soon, he was able to fall asleep. Waking up early in the morning, Nedzu crawled out of hiding, carefully crawling through the alleys that were completely empty, looking for food. He found an alley behind one of the eateries and grabbed some leftover food from there. He didn't care that this food came from a tank, or that he could be poisoned. Survival was the first thing on his wish list, so he simply didn't pay attention. Having had enough, Nedzu moved on. Along the way, he came across some people who were lying around drunk, in particular, in vomit. Some stood and smoked, others just sat and were homeless. Having remained far enough from the diner from which he ate, he again sat down on the asphalt behind the garbage can, sitting very quietly, in order to take a break from such a walk. In fact, it was a little more pleasant than sitting in that laboratory. He was still kicking himself for not saving the others, but when he ran, there was only one thought in his head. Run. Well, he managed, sitting on the street in an unknown city, in an abandoned alley, behind a trash can. Several days passed until he passed out. Chapter 2. Chapter notes. Yay, I made this chapter so fast. 1 hour after the first chapter. And the reason is that I just needed to translate it. This one is bigger than the first one, and maybe better. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku walked as usual, winding his way through the alleys to his home after work. During the day, he worked in a fairly large but cozy library, occasionally helping children with homework or old people, taking books from the top shelves or explaining to young people where novels or certain books were. But in the evenings, he became the pro-hero. Demos. Demos. From Greek, people. This was one of the reasons why Izuku called himself that. People's hero. Demos. Not bad, right? At least Izuku hoped so. Lord Izuku Midoriya was already about 19 years old. He had just graduated from Shiketsu, as the first quirkless hero in principle. Many underground heroes respected him. It seems that in their opinion Demos was on the tower of the heroes of the dungeon, and, moreover, without a quirk. And he did this in a year of active work. Many officers mistook him for a vigilante, and for this they wanted to put him in prison many times. Too much. In particular, he wore knee-high boots, dark green pants with many pockets and with burgundy lines coming out of his belt, a sleeveless turtleneck with a hood, but with a short jacket of marsh color and fur, black gloves with metal knuckles, and a burgundy belt with a lot of medicine and 2 katanas in the back, criss-crossed. He also had a mask with a respirator over his nose and mouth, which also changed his voice and which completely covered the lower part of his face, and over his eyes were poisonous green glasses that could record and track heat to detect opponents or people. He carried knives in his trousers, in his pockets, on his right leg, and in his left leg there was a pistol and a revolver with cartridges. There were throwing knives in the pockets of the jacket, and in the belt, along with medicines. There were also several cones with tweezers, in case it was necessary to collect small DNA particles, like hair or nails, as well as an identity card, license, right to own a weapon and others' documentation. There were also small empty bags. They were in case he lost his cones or found something else. The reason for carrying things to collect evidence is simple. Izuku had the right to work with it, and he wanted to. Sometimes on raids he also helped collect evidence or the blood of already deceased villains. He also had cones with pig blood and his own, in case there was a person with a blood quirk who would be aggressive due to its lack. But he didn't stop with his progress. He was called upon many times to help in raids. He had already worked for Night Eye's agency for a short time, but he seemed to not want to take on young and underground heroes. Sexist. Izuku worked a little with some other young heroes, and even with All Might. It wasn't really exciting, but it was interesting. Thinking about life, Izuku accidentally wandered into a dead-end alley with a trash can. A white head peeked out from behind it, with ears and dirty fur. Approaching closer, Izuku carefully moved the tank aside, looking at the creature right behind him. Was it a bear, dog, mouse, ermine? Well, it looks like it was a chimera. It was larger than the average rodent. Approximately this creature reached half of its calves. It was dirty, with many cuts. Having carefully pulled him out of there, Demo stood up with him. Apparently, the animal lost consciousness from hunger or cold. Still, it was mid-September and Izuku wouldn't say it was very warm, and that was the reason why he was driving around the gates in a jacket. Demos thought for a few seconds before removing his jacket and covering the animal. Well, it's unlikely that he will take him to a shelter, and taking possibly contagious animals into his home that can be infected with rabies is probably not the best idea. Also, Izuku assumed that he could be experimented on and could be an artificially grown chimera. After thinking and standing, Izuku took the animal in his arms. That, obviously, did not wake up. Izuku went home very quickly. He had a private house with 2 floors, which he inherited from his mother. Izuku has already settled into this house very well and has officially made it his own. About 20 minutes later, he almost reached the house and dashed through the door, still holding the animal in his arms. Izuku placed the animal on the couch, taking his jacket and covering the animal with a blanket in return. It was obvious that it was a predator, and Izuku was lucky that he had some mice in the refrigerator that he saved for his friend. They were still fresh, and he left them at home. After making sure that there was food for the rodent, Izuku quietly went to his room and changed into home clothes. Izuku decided to wake up the mammals to give him at least some water to drink. The animal looked painfully thin, and taking with him a glass of water and a trash can, in case he became ill, and a first aid kit, so as not to be distracted by it when the rodent woke up, Izuku began to slow down the predator. He seemed to open his eyes, looking at Izuku very aggressive. You need to drink and eat, you know that. Izuku mentally slapped himself in the face. Of course, the animal had to know what was wrong with it. Silence answered him, and the predator still lay and looked at him. I want to touch you. Will you allow it? Silence again. Now it dawned on Izuku why the animal was most likely silent. It simply couldn't speak. Fuck. Sorry, I forgot that well. Not every mammal can speak. I want. Stop. Do you understand me? Izuku asked, sitting down on the floor by the sofa, on which he placed a chimera. He received a nod in response. Fine. You can speak. There was also a nod in response, but judging by the animal's face, it was more of a question. You do not want to talk. Negative head shake. You cannot. Nod. Okay. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You are at my house right now. I found you behind a dumpster while I was patrolling the street. Stop. Then we'll chat. Now you need to eat and then wash. Can you drink? Izuku asked, getting up from the floor, looking at the creature. He received a puzzled face in response. You Maybe you would like some tea? An enthusiastic nod. Look, you should eat now, can you? Quick nod. Izuku quickly left the room and walked into the kitchen, taking mice from the refrigerator and coming back into the living room. At the sight of mice, the rodent perked up. Izuku handed over the plate, and the creature greedily and quickly ate all 4 mice. The creature then looked at Izuku expectantly.
You are doing great. Now, let's go, I'll show you the bathroom so you can wash yourself. Do you need help with this? Izuku asked, leading the chimera further into the house, still watching her. Nod. Izuku remained silent at this point and went into the bathroom. It was dark in color, aesthetic, with a bunch of care products on the sink. Izuku placed the mammals in the bathtub, slowly turning on the water until it reached normal temperature. At first, the creature was frightened, but as the water became warmer, it more and more easily accepted its fate and sat down calmly. The water reached halfway up the rodent and Izuku grabbed one of his flower-scented shower gels. Izuku splashed it on the water to create foam and it seemed to entice the creature. It splashed around and seemed to feel much better. Buddy, I'll go to the kitchen now to make us some tea, after you wash and we drink it. If you need anything, throw this shower gel with all your might, Izuku said, and put the gel on the washing machine next to the bathroom and retreated from the bathroom, leaving the animal alone. It seemed smart and conscious. It answered all questions and even expressed emotions. Crap. Izuku only now realized that he had offered to help and quickly rushed to the bathroom. There, the rodent sat in the foam and didn't move. Are you okay? Izuku asked, moving closer to the bath. The mammal sits with foam on its head and sticks to itself in the mirror. But it reacted to Izuku and turned towards him. I should have helped you. Do you still need help? Yes. Answered a quiet voice, which became hoarse after revealing itself.
So you can really talk. Okay, what do you need help with? After that, Izuku helped the creature and left the bathroom. Midoriya with a lot of water on his t-shirt and pants, and mammals with their hair raised like a dandelion and wrapped in a blanket. They went into the kitchen. By that time, the kettle had long since warmed up, and the mixture of herbs was waiting for humans and animals. Izuku placed the animal on the table and poured tea for both of them, which was a mixture of lavender and chamomile with ginger. The animal's eyes opened and he greedily drank all the tea. Izuku poured more, and the chimera's mug was empty just as quickly. Correct me if I'm wrong. You drank, and since you, well, sorry, but you're literally an animal. And animals' vocal cords are not tuned to human speech. After you've drunk the tea and your vocal cords have warmed up, are you ready to talk? Izuku said quickly, sitting down on the chair to the left of the chimera, which was sitting on the table. Yes. Now confidently but still a little hoarsely the creature answered. Listen, I'm tired of calling you animal, creature, and well, that kind, so, do you have a name? I'm Nedzu. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Are you ready to talk about why you were on the street? What can you tell me about yourself? Nedzu asked boldly. Boldly. Izuku grinned. I am the underground pro hero demos. I analyze quirks and, in principle, everything that exists. And, I also like to build auxiliary equipment. Also, since I'm an underground hero, I work as demos at night and work in a simple library during the day. It belongs to my uncle, but I decided I had nothing better to do during the day, so I took a part-time job. What about you? Izuku finally exhaled, looking at the darkening on Nedzu's face. I like to learn new things, read and well, know everything. My quirk is increased stats. It's easier to say. Increased intelligence. Nedzu answered. Now there was no hoarseness in the voice. Of course, it won't be there after 3 cups of very warm tea. It is very interesting. Is this the reason why you can calmly communicate with me and understand me? You're right, Midoriya-san. Nedzu answered politely, still sitting on the table. Izuku is fine, Nedzu-san. And, I have a question. Ask, Izuku-san. What will happen after this? You can stay here, there's no problem, but you might not want to. And from what I understand, you're not a fan of the police, societies and states in principle. Also, I'm asking because, well, I'm literally a stranger who took you in without asking permission. Izuku asked carefully so as not to offend Nedzu. If you allow me, I wouldn't mind staying with you, Izuku-san. I'm glad. But, you'll soon want to eat again,
and there's a store nearby that sells food for people with quirks. They sell rats, mice, rabbits, etc., but it won't open until tomorrow. You ate everything I had, Izuku joked and poured himself more tea. I think it's not a problem to stay without food until tomorrow. Nedzu wanted to continue, but Izuku interrupted him. We'll talk a lot more this evening. Are you sure that you don't want? Izuku asked, getting up from his chair and taking out his phone. Yes, I'm sure. And also, we can talk tomorrow. I'm tired enough to talk today. Nedzu said, looking really sleepy. Yes, there is no problem. And further, rest and with a cool head make a decision about living in my den, Izuku said, and Nedzu went into the living room, and judging by the cities, lay down on the sofa. Izuku remained in the kitchen, thinking about many things. In fact, Izuku's house was no different from the most ordinary one. Although all the rooms except the bedroom were in dark and burgundy colors, there were trinkets with heroes everywhere and plants standing in every room. There was also a small library with huge bookcases, but it was in another part of the house. In fact, the house in which Demos lives is a family heirloom on my mother's side. He had not seen his father since he was 5 years old, and he was not interested in Izuku and his life after the news that his son was quirkless, geneless, as many called him. There were quite nice teachers at Shiketsu, but his classmates were not very aggressive towards him. More like, no way. Not many people interacted with him, but he became friends with one of his classmates, Takahashi Setsuno. He worked as a
dusk hero. In fact, many of his classmates had died by this time, or had left here to engage in heroism in America, Germany, and France. Only few of the Shiketsu remained in Japan. With these thoughts, Izuku left the kitchen and went to his bedroom, plopping down on the bed and instantly falling asleep.
Izuku emerged from his bedroom after 6 hours of sleep. He didn't sleep much on his own, so he resigned himself and went to the kitchen, simultaneously entering the living room, in which Nedzu was still sleeping. Having started to put the kettle on and prepare himself a simple sausage sandwich, Izuku suddenly realized that Nedzu needed to buy food, since he assumed that the creature's body would not accept fried food. Leaving one more sandwich just in case, Izuku returned to the room, changed clothes and left the house and rushed to the Predator store. He was 5 minutes from home, and when running about 2 minutes. Izuku ran to the store and got some mice and a rabbit for Nedzu. Apparently, he liked the mice and Izuku took about 7 of them. Taking the bags of food, he quickly ran home. Nothing seemed to change and Izuku came into the kitchen. Nedzu had not yet woken up and Izuku put the food in the refrigerator, sitting down again at the kitchen table. Half an hour later, rustling sounds were heard from the living room, and an ermine came out into the kitchen. Let me help you, Izuku said and picked up Nedzu, putting him on the table. So, we need to test your intelligence, or do you know your level? Izuku asked, approaching the tea. I'm not sure about that, Izuku-san. I'm a very fast learner, and if you would like to offer your help, I wouldn't mind. Okay, here are 2 mice and tea, eat, and then we will clarify something in your situation. Izuku said, giving the chimera food. Nedzu quickly ate it all, now sitting with an empty cup. Izuku saw this and extended his hand to Nedzu. He seemed to understand and nodded to Midoriya, and Izuku picked the creature up on his shoulder again, walking to his room. So, first we will find you some clothes. I know that most likely we will not find something that will suit you, but we will dress you and we will begin our first serious conversation. At these words Nedzu became very tense. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I just want to find out where you are from. Izuku said and turned to the rat on his shoulder and smiled sincerely.
Pulling the smallest t-shirt he owned from his closet, Izuku pulled it onto Nedzu. It seemed to suit him, even though it was wide. Taking Nedzu again, Izuku walked along the corridor of the house. On the way to the library he ran into his office and, rummaging around, pulled out a folder along with a stack of notebooks and pens. And finally I went to the library. After sitting down at one of the tables and putting down all their things, their conversation began.
So, are you ready to talk about where you're from? Ask me, or test your intelligence. I can do several things at the same time. Let me write a test and we'll talk about my past. Of course, if you're sure of it, Izuku said, giving Nedzu a paper with an IQ test. Seeing Nedzu's surprised face, Izuku replied, I have a teaching degree and I tutor some children. I have a lot of such tests, so go for it. And also, do you need me to ask questions or will you tell everything yourself? I'll tell you myself, Izuku-san. Nedzu said, taking one of the pens, an armful of which Izuku had taken with him, and began to write, while telling him, I lived in the laboratory for as long as I can remember. Almost every week they experimented on me, and during them you did not have to lose consciousness in order to feel the effect, after which we gave reports about what we felt and sensed. If we didn't know, we were punished by doing these experiments again. Sometimes we took IQ tests, but it was like reading books and understanding what is written there. I will tell you more a little later. Now, if I may ask, how old are you? Of course, ask whatever you want. I turned 19 3 months ago, Izuku answered, thinking through Nedzu's story, and getting up from the table, he took one of the books from the cabinet behind Nedzu. You're very young, Izuku-san. Nedzu said, rustling papers as he filled out the answers. I know, but I gained respect. Now, do you know the name of the laboratory where you lived? Izuku said, sitting down with a book. I think she was called Niku.
Meet. Interesting name. Okay, you better get on with the test. Izuku said, opening his book, indicating that the conversation was over. An hour later, the rodent handed over a sheet of paper with completed answers. Noticing this, Izuku spoke. You're doing great, I'll quickly look through it, but for now you can walk around the library. Then we'll see about the schedule. Izuku said, waving to Nedzu in a get out of here style.
After half an hour, Nedzu did not find anything that caught his attention, and he returned to the table. Izuku seemed to have just finished and was ready to speak. So, your IQ is slightly lower than mine is 115, and yours is about 80, so it will be easy for you to defeat me in the future. So, do you still want to live here with me? Izuku asked, putting down the papers with the dough. Yes, I like it here. It's better here than there. I believe. So let's discuss our schedule. Today is Saturday, but on weekdays I work from 9 to 3 in the afternoon. I also work at night. From 9:30 to 4 o'clock in the morning. I sleep until 7 and leave for work. And about your studies. Now we will check a few more tests, for mental intelligence, and a few more, in mathematics and Japanese. This is how we will test your knowledge. The tests will be very large. They contain about 6 pages with tasks for each grade of middle school and high school. There are also several from the academic level. Seeing the somewhat puzzled face of the animal, Izuku continued, don't worry if you can't answer everything. These tests are to check which grade you need to study after. But we will also study social science. That is, the Japanese constitution and geography. I also know Chinese and English, so we will have intense studying. Do you still agree? Izuku said, looking through the papers on the table, while Nedzu was fiddling with Japanese. Yes. Teach me everything you know, Izuku-sensei, Nedzu stated confidently and decisively. I'm glad. Do the task, tell me if you need anything. This was answered by silence, and Izuku made tea for them, giving the tea to Nedzu, and at the same time opening the laptop. It's time to find these bastards. How many more of these creatures were affected?
Chapter end notes Sue. For me this is interesting, I mean. I always wanted to see story where Izuku is Nedzu's mentor, so I did it. Chapter 3 Chapter notes Thank you for all your kudos throwing kisses. See the end of the chapter for more notes. These bastards weren't very hard to find. It was a meat factory, which was not unexpected, but quite the opposite. Izuku took advantage of his connections based on the hero based not only on raids but also on strategy. He contacted the heroes who were best suited for this raid, but in order for it to be official, it was time to call his favorite detective, Tsukachi Ikayo. It seems his son turns 18 this year.
Izuku quickly stopped his thoughts and continued talking to some professionals. Also, there weren't that many daytime heroes involved in the raid. They didn't need daylight heroes. The best choices were twilight heroes and underground heroes. No, there were good daytime heroes, but some of them were loud. Very. Izuku sat at the same table, occasionally glancing at Nedzu. He was still sitting and writing a test in Japanese. Nedzu, I need to go away for a few minutes to talk on the phone, okay? Izuku asked, getting up from the table. Of course, Izuku-sensei. Izuku walked out from behind the library door and dialed a painfully familiar number. Hello. An unknown voice was heard from the phone, which definitely did not belong to Akeo. Can you give the phone to Tsukauchi Akeo? Izuku asked, leaning on the wall opposite the door to the library. My name is Tsukauchi Naomasa. I'm his son. What happened? I don't think it's with him, since you're answering his own phone. Izuku grinned. Maybe. So, who are you and what do you want? My hero's name is Demos. Your dad and I are friends, are very close acquaintances. Okay, in short, here. We need help to organize a raid legally. I can't call him now. Tsukauchi didn't have time to finish when he was interrupted.
I know, you should be 18 to 17 by now, so you should already have graduated from high school. You're right. And because I just got settled, I'm not a respected figure, so I'll tell my father and he'll call you back. Bye-bye, and good luck in the new place, Izuku said and hung up. It was stupid to call back. It was logical that his son would answer the phone again, so Izuku returned to the library.
Izuku-sensei, I just finished with Japanese, Nedzu said, holding it out to Izuku. He put aside Nedzu's test and took out several papers from the same huge folder that he had brought here at the very beginning. A not very adequate idea came into Midoriya's head. Nedzu's quirk is processing a large amount of information, right? What if Izuku turns Nedzu into an analyst? In fact, with a quirk like this, it would be very interesting. Izuku took out some analysis assignments that he had been giving to his other students. Basically, Nedzu went through the program that Izuku did for almost every student, but with an intelligence quirk, training Nedzu would be faster. After thinking for a few seconds, Izuku put these analysis questions aside from Nedzu and began hacking the Niku website. It took less than 10 minutes. It was easy to find out where and from what device it was made and published. Izuku also, accidentally, called their number. Who knew he could track them? Definitely not him. Izuku-sensei, asked Nedzu, raising his head from the dough. Yes, Izuku asked innocently, slightly covering the laptop monitor he was sitting at. What's your quirk? Asked Nedzu, looking intently at Izuku. Seeing the rodent's gaze, Izuku snatched his math test, which was half finished, and placed the analysis sheets in front of him. You'll have to find out. Originally, I wanted to give it to you later, but I had an idea in my head, so you can try it. Also, you can create my psychological portrait. Or would you like to hear a lecture about it first? Izuku asked, grinning.
I would like to be sure that I am doing everything correctly. Therefore, I want a lecture, Nedzu said, and to this Izuku simply pushed one of the notebooks towards him, an armful of which he took at the beginning. Then you'll have to write everything down, Izuku said. Let the fun begin, he thought, and began. So, first of all, I'll tell you why analysis is needed. As is known in our society, analysis is needed only for combat, but this is not so. Analysis helps us warn ourselves, civilians and loved ones from danger. Analysis is a type of filling in information. For example, you have a
flower, and you don't know what it looks like, so you look for information about 2 or more species, you study them inside and out, and compare both with each other and with a real flower. The same happens with people. With the knowledge of analysis, you can calmly see through people and their emotions. To distinguish one from the other, for this we will also study psychology. So, with their knowledge, you can turn the game around by listing theories and facts, then comparing them with reality. This also helps in combat. For example, quick analysis of quirks or their functioning. Any questions? Izuku asked, obviously about to continue. Nedzu wrote everything down very carefully so that what he wrote could be read. Obviously, Nedzu could remember this, but it would be nice to have a note just in case he needs to explain it to another person in the future. Maybe. Why are you talking about heroes? Nedzu asked, looking up from his notes. Now this is the most common profession. And, unfortunately, the most dangerous. And I won't hide it. The reason why I started telling is because, Izuku said, inviting Nedzu to continue. Do you see me as an analyst? Asked Nedzu, looking delighted. Yes. Your quirk and intelligence are perfect for this. Your quirk is also the accumulation of information and its calculations, right? You're right, Izuku-sensei. Nedzu said, watching the sensei. We got distracted. So, now, how to properly format the work. The verbal flow continued for quite a long time, but Nedzu carefully wrote everything down until Izuku's throat turned white from so much conversation.
Thank you, Sensei, Nedzu said, putting the notebook on the table. You did great today. Do you think you can continue math tomorrow? Izuku asked, taking Nedzu on his shoulders. Yes, Nedzu answered, rejoicing at so much information. Izuku walked out of the library with Nedzu on his shoulder and they walked towards the kitchen. Izuku put Nedzu down and began preparing katsudon for himself, all the while discussing all sorts of nonsense with Nedzu.
They ate, and getting up from the table, Izuku picked up the rodent again. So, Nedzu, because you live with me now, you should have your own room. Izuku said in a joyful voice, climbing the stairs to the second floor. Really? Nedzu asked like a child. Of course, Izuku said, opening one of the first doors. The room was relatively simple, but all the furniture was definitely lower than it should have been. Nedzu sat down on the bed, and he didn't even have to jump off, he could just get up and sit down. Do you like it? Izuku asked, sitting down next to Nedzu. Honestly, Izuku looked like a giant compared to the things in this room. Very, said Nedzu, clapping and laughing. Izuku smiled. Sometimes Nedzu looked too much like a child. Although, obviously, physically this was most likely the case. I'm glad. Well, rest. Tomorrow our classes will continue. If you need anything, my room is next after yours, Izuku said and Nedzu left the room. Izuku's phone just rang at that moment. His favorite detective called. Hey, detective, said Izuku, obviously mocking. Demos. What did you need, and why did my son say that you wanted to organize an illegal raid? Oh, this is the absolute truth, Izuku said cheerfully, going down to his office.
Fine. How about I come and we discuss this? It would be nice, if you want, you can even bring your son. Izuku laughed and finally sat down in his chair. He needs experience in work and interrogation, you're right. If you allow me to bring him to your estate, I would like to. Okay. No problem. There will just be something that may not concern your son, Izuku said in a slightly tense voice.
Fine. We'll arrive in an hour, said the stubborn detective and hung up. Izuku exhaled in disappointment and went back to Nedzu. Nedzu, this is the case. What are you doing? Izuku asked, as he saw an ermine on the floor putting all the pillows in the shape of a nest or hole. Nothing. What's the problem, Izuku-sensei? Nedzu asked innocently, crawling out of a hole of pillows and blankets. My detective friend will come to us. About your situation, or rather, about the raid on Nika. I wanted to tell you later, but it seems that circumstances are against us. Izuku said, sighing as he sat down on the bed, which was up to his knee. Is this good? Did you want to participate in this? You know, destroy them themselves. I don't have as much experience in this as I do in analysis. Nedzu said, sitting down next to Izuku. I know, but you got out of that lab on your own, Izuku said, patting Nedzu on the head to cheer him up. You're right. Can I try to make a plan? Certainly. I'll give you my laptop so you can find all the information you need, Izuku said, leaving Nedzu's room, quickly going into hers and taking the laptop from there, returning to Nedzu. So, for now, you can try searching for information, but in an hour I'll need the laptop, okay? Izuku asked, opening it and entering the password. Of course. Nedzu agreed and began to search. Izuku briefly explained to Nedzu how the internet works, and Nedzu began to write wildly and think very loudly.
40 minutes later the front doorbell rang. Izuku pulled Nedzu away from his laptop and went downstairs to let the guests in. Hello, Sukachi. Izuku chuckled and let them into the house. Should I make you some tea? Coffee? Asked Izuku. How do you survive on tea? Asked the senior detective and followed Izuku into the library. He held all his meetings there, and Naomasa trailed behind his father.
I'm glad you agreed to come, Aiko-san and Naomasa-san. You don't mind me calling you that? Izuku asked, sitting down at the table, putting all the papers in a folder in a second. No, everything's fine. Naomasa answered and sat down opposite Izuku, at the coffee table in the middle of the library. I'm glad. I'll go away for 2 minutes now. Please wait, Demos said quickly and jumped out of his chair rushing to the second floor. Do you know why he left? Naomasa asked his father. You will never understand him. But during the call, he said that there will be something that may not concern you. I think he's talking about his name and maybe something else. To this, Naomasa remained silent, and Demos entered the room again, but on his shoulder sitting, a rat. Dog. Bear. Sorry you had to wait, said the mouse dog, and when Demos sat down, this creature got off him and sat down next to him. And so, this is Nedzu. He is the reason why I decided to organize a raid. Izuku said with a serious voice. Hello, detectives. I am Nedzu. I escaped from the laboratory, and Izuku-sensei wants to raid it. Nedzu said, drinking tea, like Izuku. Yes. This was the reason. There is something else. For example, the fact that Nedzu needs documents. I will deal with that, but first I need to finish off Niku.
Niku? Asked the oldest Tsukachi. They sell meat. But it's obvious that it's not only him. Izuku said gloomily. Yes, and since I am the victim, I have every right to end their lives. I have already made plans for the heroes who can go on a raid. I know that you will accept my idea and convey it to everyone, Izuku added, pouring himself some tea. You're right, Demos. So, let's conduct an interview, Aiko asked, and Naomasa began to move behind the camera and notepad.
We'll record this, you don't mind? Naomasa asked, and Izuku and Nedzu nodded. And so, I am Tsukauchi Aiko. Tsukauchi Naomasa is with me. We're here about the Niku meat production business. We have a victim and her savior, who is also a professional underground hero, Demos. Aiko said, fully setting up the camera. From the beginning we will start with the testimony of Nedzu-san. After passing all the testimony, Midoriya and Nedzu could finally work officially. After discussing the raid, they had a rough plan, but first they needed to meet with the heroes. Unfortunately, Nedzu could not take part in the raid, since he does not have a license or any documents, but after the raid they should finally appear. Izuku was the striker. He wanted to beat people. Together with him they took several more underground heroes like Six Bullets, as well as Twilight Heroes Sniper, Ectoplasm and Gang Orca. From the daytime there was Edgeshot, and Recovery Girl was on support to heal everyone. The plan was for Six Bullets to go there as a production check, and while he would engage the main one in a conversation, 10 minutes later Izuku was supposed to arrive as the assistant of Six Bullets. After he is let in, he can say that he was here and knows where to go. He must communicate via communicator with Aiko-san, simultaneously breaking the cameras except the ones they need. Then the rest of the heroes participating in the raid would burst into the building. They must detain all the scientists, in particular Kyudai Garaki. He was responsible for this, which started in production. In fact, in this raid it would be good if Nedzu was on the communicators, but he could not say anything. They agreed that Nedzu would be next to the detective, and only suggest, not decide. Those were the agreements, and everyone agreed with them. All that remains is to talk about the raid with the heroes. Although he spoke with the Bullet and Striker, all that remains is to meet the others at the meeting. In fact, this raid was incredibly secretive from outsiders, not only because underground heroes were involved, but also because there, inside the building, there were terrible scientists whose existence was already a threat to society.
All these genius scientists were very annoying, and Izuku wanted to end it quickly so that his student and civilians could live in peace. So, I'm glad to welcome you all to this meeting regarding the raid on Nika. Thank you for agreeing to this as soon as possible, Izuku said happily, standing in the middle of the office in his hero costume. Yes, Izuku invited the heroes to his estate. In fact, before Nedzu, it was very quiet here all the time. He did not have pets, although it previously seemed that this would be the first thing he would do when he moved away from his parents.
I am the underground people's hero, Demos. Glad to meet everyone I'm unfamiliar with. So, we've gathered you all to participate in a raid on a meat company. It seems like what's wrong? Everything. They experimented on animals. All of them are criminals. They tortured not only animals but also people with weak quirks. If any of you agree with this, please leave. Izuku said seriously, and no one moved. Everyone sat quietly, with straight spines. Good. Anyone have questions? Edgeshot raised his hand. How do we know this is true? Obviously, I personally know the victim of this case very well. He also went through Nomasa, a detective who has a lie detector quirk, just in case, and he fucking shows it. I'm not showing him for his own safety. Only if he personally doesn't want to show himself to you. Izuku spoke professionally, everything to the point. More questions? Snipe raised his hand. You've already made a plan, let's go create it together. Sorry, but we don't have much time. I created it with the victim, but we also discussed it with the detectives, so I'm sorry if it bothers anyone that you weren't part of the plan. Izuku didn't feel an ounce of regret for that statement. Next. This time it was 6 bullets. Demos, who will work behind the scenes. Well, it's obvious that we all, and you too, apparently, will be on the front line. Recovery Girl is also understandable why, but who will lead? Detective Tsukauchi Aiko is a close friend of mine and a victim herself. The victim has an analytical mind, but since he does not have a license, he cannot participate, but we agreed that the victim can only give tips or suggestions, and the detective decides whether it will be carried out or not. Izuku replied, walking in circles in front of fellow heroes. Everything? Izuku asked, looking around at everyone present. Ectoplasm raised his hand. I understand that this is important, but why is there no one else on support besides?
Production workers have strong quirks, at least half. I wanted to call Cementos so that if anything happened, he would hold the building back, but if anything happens, can we cope without him? I asked a question to everyone present. They seemed to be thinking about it. None of them would actually be able to hold up the building, but if they were careful, they wouldn't have to. I see. So, any more questions? Or does anyone else have any suggestions for heroes to bring in? Izuku asked, looking around the room once again.
Edgeshot raised his hand again. Sorry, kid, but how do you know that this will work? How old are you anyway? Edgeshot asked and everyone in the room looked at him like he was an idiot. I'm 19, thanks for asking. I participated in raids a lot, not only as an attacker, but also guiding heroes. Personally, out of all of you, I have only worked with 6 bullets, Ectoplasm and Gang Orca. Izuku answered, nodding to all 3. So, the introduction took place. Let's move on to discussing the plan. Here, this is what we will do. Questions. The Gang Orca raised his hand. What happens if everything doesn't go according to plan? I have access to their cameras, I'm a hacker. Also, we will all have communicators. If anything, some other heroes will be happy to help us cleanse that place. Everybody. Nobody raised their hands. We'll meet you after tomorrow at 4 p.m. here. This is where we'll go from here, okay? After that everyone left. They were ready to win this war. Chapter end notes. This chapter is not so good as I wanted, and maybe too much talking. Chapter 4. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After the meeting, Izuku was annoyed. This conversation took out an incredible amount of energy from him. He sent everyone out except Aiko-san, remaining with him in an empty room. Izuku began to talk.
I think it would be a good idea if I go on patrol this night, right next to the laboratory. We can see, perhaps, an additional entrance through which we can go if we are suspected. And I need you, or another detective, in case I catch one of them, quickly, so that he does not have time to contact the others. You're right, this is thoughtful, as always, Demos. But, none of the other heroes know about this. No, they don't know. Izuku replied, shaking his head and finally sitting down on one of the chairs.
Don't you think that because of this they will treat you with less trust? Still, you are a team. That's true, but I thought about it just now, and it would be strange if I called them abruptly, 20 minutes after the meeting. Maybe I'll go with you, but I'll be downstairs. Also, we will combine our communicators. This is a must, the detective said firmly and stood up from his chair, obviously preparing for the patrol. Also, we can remove people from houses nearby. I mean, we can do this tomorrow, but we need to start slowly. Possibly, but during this time the information that there will soon be a raid there will spread throughout the entire area. I wouldn't say that I would like it, Izuku said stubbornly, and also got up from his chair, leaving the room. The detective followed him. Yes, I agree with your thoughts. Izuku and the detective walked through the house and stopped in the living room. There, on the sofa, the Chimera was sitting, reading a book, it seems, on psychology. Nedzu, I will need to go on patrol. I won't be able to be there. But, be careful here, okay? Seeing the animal's frightened eyes, Izuku continued, no one will steal you. Everything will be okay. Izuku walked over and petted Nedzu, then walked away and left the house with the detective. Quiet farewells were heard in response from Nedzu. They had not reached several houses when Demos saw a strange action in the alley. Izuku turned on his communicator. Seeing this, the detective did the same. They nodded to each other, the detective slowed down and Izuku jumped out of the car. As he ran, several people honked at him from their cars, but he didn't care. The priority now was the person screaming there.
Having arrived, Izuku saw a strange picture. The man in the robe towered over the woman. She was about 30 to 40, she was crying with fear, and the man in the robe, quite fat, with a mustache, just stood with some kind of container in his hands. Izuku tapped the detective's communicator twice. It was from the language. They would tap the communicators if they had a problem. But only demos knocked twice. Usually, this meant, be as quiet as possible. This code was used when the criminal had a hostage.
Izuku reacted quickly. He made a loud noise from the right side of the alley, and when this scientist turned around, demos attacked him from the left side. Quickly throwing him to the ground, Izuku quickly spun him onto his stomach, rolling his arms behind back. He seemed to have just woken up, starting to play the victim, screaming and looking like he didn't know what he was doing. They will definitely need Naomasa for this mission. Throwing away these thoughts, Izuku tightly held the already tired of floundering scientist, apparently. What were you doing? Izuku asked gloomily, already sitting on him, pressing his knees on the madman's shoulder blades. What? The scientist again began to kick and shout questions. Lord, it's just the beginning of the night. What did you do with this woman? Nothing, me. This is not me, honestly. Further excuses and hysterical screams rained down. Again. God, I should be paid more for this crap, muttered the detective, who was already standing 2 steps away from this fight. One-sided, at least. Seeing the detective, Demos beckoned him closer with his palm when the victim calmed down. The woman seemed to still be sitting, looking at the hero in shock. Are you a hero? The woman asked, quietly getting up from the asphalt. Yes, I'm an underground hero. My name is Demos. Izuku said, offering her hand to the woman while the detective and several officers were already detaining the scientist. Turning to this scene, Izuku continued, I'm sorry, but you will have to go with the police to give a statement. Let's get for you some help. Izuku finished, taking the woman's arm.
One of the officers saw them and pointed to the ambulance. Demos took the woman there and sat down next to her. While she was being checked for injuries by a worker, Demos began talking. So, what's your name? Izuku asked, looking at the woman. Aizawa Yoshiko, the woman answered, still very much holding onto her bag with a death grip. You're great for coping with him. You know this person. No, I don't know him. I was walking home after work. I work in a clothing store. But I took breaks, and the manager left me until late, the woman answered frantically. She didn't look very noticeable. Gray hair and pointed features. Dark brown eyes, almost black, and average height. In terms of clothes, she did not stand out in any way. Except for the black fur coat. I'm sorry for making you go through this, because when we arrive you will also have to answer these questions to the detective. I get it. Thanks. And can I call my son? The woman asked, hesitantly opening her bag. Of course. Izuku replied, sitting nearby, watching the officers on the street. 3 ambulance workers checked them and pulled Izuku out of the car while the woman was still sitting inside. Son, here's the thing. I was attacked, but I was saved by a hero, a very nice young man. I'm sitting in an ambulance right now. We will soon go to the police station to take statements. I'm not far from here, will you come? The woman stopped talking, looking at her feet. I'm glad. Now, excuse me, how long will it take us to leave? The woman shouted, looking out of the car. I think in 10 minutes. They can't calm this madman down. Izuku answered eloquently, standing near the car, watching the officers. Fine. We'll be here for another 10 minutes for sure. Oh yes. We are now in, the woman answered, obviously inviting her son to the crime scene. I want to warn you that you will still need to stay here, even after your relative comes. Akeo-san answered for Izuku. I understand, the woman said, going out into the fresh air. Tsukwachi Ikayo. Glad to meet you. I am the detective who will be handling your case along with my son. Yes, of Sue. She didn't have time to finish when a teenager ran up to the place, in complete panic and aggression. Mom, how are you? The teenager asked, running up to his mother, ignoring another 2 people. You're a son, right? Izuku asked, looking at his son. He had jet black hair and the same eyes.
There were huge bags under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for weeks. He was wearing pink sleeping pants, a white t-shirt and a black windbreaker. Well, at least he had regular ankle boots on his feet. Well, I'm Demos, Izuku said, nodding at him. Aizawa Shota, the man said, finally moving away from his mother. Pleased to meet you. But after that, you must go with your mother to the police station to give evidence and interrogation, Izuku said, nodding occasionally as she spoke. Of course, he answered, and an officer who had just started working ran up to them. We put him in the car. It's time to go, he said, and led the hero and civilians to one of the cars. Izuku sat in the front, with an officer driving and civilians and a detective in the back. My name is Tsukauchi Naomasa. I'm a detective. My quirk is a lie detector. I would like to ask you, would you allow me? Asked the detective, walking in and sitting on the chair opposite the woman. They were in a small, bright room, with one small table and two chairs. Yes, the woman answered, obviously nervous. So, what happened? I was walking home after work. I was detained because I missed a lot of shifts and was on the verge of being expelled.
So, I was returning from work through the main street. A guy grabbed me and dragged me into an alley. I pressed myself against the wall, but they took him away. Literally. People in white coats took him by the scruff of the neck and carried him away like a kitten. I sank to the floor. I was incredibly scared, and one of these doctors came and stood up, looking at me very closely. I have never seen him in my life. I don't know what he wanted from me. I was so scared, but this nice young man saved me, she finished. Okay, you told the whole truth. But let me clarify, where do you work? I am an accountant by profession. I work in a clothing store, reports. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, thanks for testifying. Leave your contact details, we will contact you as soon as we analyze the situation. Sorry, but what is the analysis of the situation? Still understandable. Our other detective has an idea that he was under someone's quirk. And yes, this is not a quirk of the hero who saved you. I understand, thank you, the woman said, leaving the room. Opening the door, the following picture appeared before her. Her son openly admires the hero who saved her. This was very strange for Shota. He wasn't talkative. Oh, I think it's my turn, said the hero, getting up from the sofa on which he was sitting. Sorry, kid, but I won't be able to chat with you anymore. Today was a difficult night. Go home and rest, you especially, Mrs. Aizawa. One of the employees will take you, Izuku said, simultaneously typing a message to someone, waving goodbye to Shota and entering the interrogation room. A detective was already waiting for him there. It was obvious that there was no point in the interrogation, but that was the protocol. Who knows which hero will want to commit a crime? Such interrogations were carried out without fail, even if this was the number one hero. These are the rules, but Izuku measured himself and sat down on the chair opposite Naomasa. Hello, detective. Demos. So, how did you find the victim and the crime itself? You know about our raid on Nika, right? I decided to set up a patrol in its vicinity to monitor the territory. Detective Tsukauchi Ikayo and I did not have time to drive several houses to the point where we wanted to stop when I noticed a strange movement in one of the alleys. It's like someone is being dragged. I signaled to the detective and walked towards the scene. And then you know for yourself. Demos answered, leaning back in his chair. Everything is fine. I think you can go home, the detective said, chasing the hero away. I'm sorry, but can I come tomorrow to interrogate the scientist? And by the way, is his identity already known? You can be present, and the newspaper personality. His name is Kyudai Garaki. He was your main goal, right? And further, I have a question. Why is there such a hurry with the raid? You're right. Never take your eyes off him. As for your question, their existence could endanger Nedzu's situation. Also, they will be able to smell if their experiment acquires rights. At the very least, it will be more difficult to obtain documents for Nedzu when this business even exists. Goodbye, Izuku said and left the station. Finally arriving home only at 4 in the morning, Izuku changed into home clothes in his room and went to bed. Damn, he has to work today. Maybe take a week off until the situation with Nedzu and Niku is resolved. Still, Izuku has colleagues. Someone will replace him. Or close the library while Izuku is working.
Letting go of all thoughts, Izuku passed out. Waking up in the morning, Izuku humbly got dressed and left the room. On the way to the kitchen, he looked at Nedzu, whom he did woke up and they went to the kitchen. After eating breakfast, Izuku left the kitchen, walking into the library. Nedzu, I have to go to work. Now I will leave you sheets with tasks, or books, from which you will have to write notes or a summary. The task is optional, you can just read, but keep in mind that the worksheets are made using information from the book. What you will do will be devoted to psychology, and the human brain. I won't be able to explain it to you myself, but if you have any questions, leave them until I get back. Izuku said, laying out her books and sheets and heading towards the front door. Also, if you want food or tea, you know what to do and where to look, be safe. Izuku shouted and left the house.
Now that Nedzu was left alone, he went to the library to complete assignments and look at his watch to wait for Izuku. Living with Midoriya was truly heaven. He assimilated your every need without question, he was a good teacher, even though he seems to be sorely short of time. Nedzu retreated into himself as he read books. My thoughts were far from being filled with what they should have been, and having finished studying, the ermine got up from the table and went to wander around the house.
Still, Izuku showed only the most necessary things, but it would be nice to know where and what. On the ground floor there was a library, kitchen, dining room, living room, private office, bathroom and laundry room. On the second floor there were 3 bedrooms, another bathroom, a balcony and... Why did he need another office? Nedzu went out onto the balcony. From there he had a view of the backyard, on which there was a beautiful gazebo and quite a lot of planted flowers. The entire territory of the estate was surrounded by a high stone fence with iron peaks above it. Nedzu looked out of one of the windows that led to the entrance to the house. The fence, as expected, was closed. Nedzu dared to try to leave the house. Surprisingly, he succeeded. Apparently, Izuku was only closing the gate. It was strange, but perhaps the tone expected Nedzu to go outside. Well, he wasn't wrong. Nedzu left the house. There were stone paths in the yard, and in front of the estate there was a large enough parking lot for cars, in which there was already a motorcycle. Walking out into the backyard, the first thing he saw was a gazebo. Up close it looked a little more beautiful and bigger. It was made of white brick, there were many beautiful patterns on the brick, and inside it there was a table and 2 benches. The entire gazebo was also covered in vines that fell from the very top of the gazebo and the railings that separated this small space from the larger area of the estate. On the back wall of the house, Nedzu saw a strange stone slab. Approaching it, he saw the text, or rather, the history of this estate. This building was built in 2, it was made by the joint efforts of the Midoriya family. Each family member who receives the house must add to it. This is mandatory, because if this is not done, then according to the beliefs of our ancestors, the spirits who lived here will remain here forever. This house is only transferred when the previous owner dies. Well, this was not what he expected. He thought to see the history of creation, as in those same history books, where everything is told as if the author himself had visited the past. No, everything was written in the form of a contract, as if this plate was a contract that every member of the Midoriya family signed at birth.
This was not expected, but now Nedzu understood the strangeness of the estate. For example, where he and Izuku were most of the time, the rooms were more similar to the current time and design, but like this gazebo, for example, it felt like you were transported far back in time. This feeling was felt in several other rooms. For example, a dining room that no one used, or a living room on the second floor, as if it was left the way it was when it was built for the first time. Nedzu was actually surprised. How to keep this entire huge house in order when its occupant himself does not find time to clean? How do you keep track of all the plants Izuku has planted around the house? How to maintain such a house with heating and water every
month? It was too difficult to find an answer, and the only one he found now was that Izuku-sensei has another job besides the library and heroism. Still, underground heroes don't get paid much, and apparently working as a part-time librarian doesn't bring in a lot of money. So what else does Izuku do? In fact, the answer was obvious from the very beginning. Izuku was good, even too versed in analysis, could analyze on the go, and I can teach it. Well, Nedzu will ask this when he returns, but for now he needs to study. Izuku was finishing up his shift at the library. It was boring, since few people came here on weekends, so instead they could sleep or relax at home for an hour or two. He received a message on his phone from a detective saying that they had started questioning this crazy man since last night, since he had been screaming all night and couldn't say anything. The shift ended and Izuku ran to the police station. Arriving there, Izuku was led to the doctor's interrogation room. Izuku went behind the glass through which they were looking at the interrogation. "I'm missing, I don't know," said Kyudai, swaying and hysterical. "I ask you to calm down. We won't be able to let you go if you continue to scream." Akeo-san said nervously, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I really do not know. Where do you work?" The detective began to lose his composure. "In a meat production called Niku," Garaki shouted, seeming to calm down.
Fine. What were you doing? I made sure everything went well. The doctor began to calm down. Fine. And how? Do you like this job? It is not complicated. Which employees did you monitor? At this question, the doctor began to worry again and, like in cartoons, to sweat profusely. For those who make meat. Excuse me, the detective asked.
Good. I was keeping an eye on those who were cooperating with him. Tell me in more detail. I think you understand me perfectly. Surprisingly, all the drama disappeared. It was as if the madman realized that no one was falling for his hysterics and was aware of what was happening. Therefore, he probably began to admit complicity or direct participation. "No, I do not think so." "So what?" The detective made a fool of himself, forcing the scientist to squeeze out a confession. "Yes, I've been toying with and experimenting with animal DNA. And not only," the doctor finally admitted. "We sat here for about 6 hours," the officer whispered next to Izuku so that he could hear him. Yeah, that was really long," the other agreed, standing against the wall. "Fine. To see him," the detective said, and the officer standing with Izuku came out and took the doctor into custody. "Well, that was fun," Izuku said, entering the interrogation room from which a madman had just been taken out. "I agree," said the detective, but after a few seconds he continued, "Heroes. Shall we tell them?" "I think yes. Or later. For example tomorrow, when we have a meeting before the operation."
Do you have an idea? I might suggest using Garaki as a double agent. But this may come back to haunt us in the future, and entail unnecessary risks. That's a good idea. Shall I go and detain the officers? Run. Izuku said and they left the interrogation room. Nedzu, I'm home. Izuku shouted, taking off his headband and walking further into the house.
Izuku found Nedzu buried under books. And many of them were. Wait, what? How did he even discover the books about their estate? Nedzu. Izuku-sensei. Nedzu jumped up from his chair and ran up to Izuku, holding one of the books in his hands. Nedzu. What's going on? Why did you find books about my estate? I left the house. To the backyard. There was a slab with an inscription about this house. I was wondering. Nedzu said embarrassedly. I thought so. Don't worry. It's okay that you asked. You may need this in the future. You're right. This slab is a sign that this house really belongs to the Midoriyas. Do you have any more questions? How does this house stay clean? You don't clean, and even if you do, you have almost no free time. Let's sit down, Izuku suggested, and sat down at the chair next to Nedzu's chair at the table. Nedzu sat down next to him. So, as you know, we live in an era of all sorts of quirks. And one of my relatives, the one who owned this house, cast a spell with the help of a quirk. It was about that the house would always be clean and tidy. Surprisingly, after her death, this spell became endless. As I remember, she was supposed to turn off the spell so it would stop working, but that didn't happen. And she died, leaving this house clean forever. And also, this spell is to prevent dust from appearing or marks appearing on the floor. She would be a really good hero. Izuku answered mysteriously, smiling warmly.
Izuku-sensei, you did live in this house all your life? Nedzu asked, looking intently at Izuku. No, my mother did not allow me near my relatives, as well as herself. She was afraid that they would reject me because of my quirk status. But 5 years ago, when she died, my relatives found me. For example, did you know that my grandmother was a hero like me? My uncle contacted me. He was a terrible person. He was an abuser. Unfortunately, when I found out about this, it was already too late. He and his family died. He still has a younger son, but I don't know where he is and what's wrong with him now, Izuku answered sadly, looking down at his feet with a painfully sad look.
Sorry. You don't need to apologize. You didn't know, and I can't predict. Apologizing for something you didn't know is not a very good tone in a conversation. In the future, you will need to build confidence that you are steel. Nothing will hit you. This is not good form because you may apologize to a person who considers you weak. For this, we study psychology. To read people and their archetype. But don't be afraid to show your emotions here with me, okay? You can always learn a lesson from any situation. Nedzu chuckled. You're right, this is a very good skill. In any case, let's wipe away our sadness and let's go eat, and then drink tea and I'll finally check your work. Izuku said no longer sadly, standing up from behind the chair and taking Nedzu on his shoulder. Chapter end notes. This chapter is one of the longest and difficult chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter notes. Thanks everyone for your kudos and 2 people who writing comments. I don't know you like if I write your nicknames. T_T. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After a while, they returned to the living room, going into the office along the way to get notebooks and pens. Izuku sat Nedzu down on the floor and laid out the notebooks in front of him. So, Nedzu, now we will carry out the first task for you. Izuku said and turned on the TV in front of them, starting to climb inside the files and finally finding the one he needed, clicked on it. A video of the debut of Best Jeans, who was in his 3rd year of study at the time of the video, appeared on TV.
And so, now I'll leave you alone with this video. You need to analyze. It's clear? Nedzu nodded in response. Okay, you can analyze everything. From the fighting style of the villain and hero to their quirks. Also, at the end there is an excerpt of how Best Jeans communicates with the people and helps civilians. You can analyze the damage caused by the hero, and vice versa, what they saved during the battle. Analysis of behavior and everything you see, Izuku said, and handed the notebook to Nedzu. He took it in his hands and took one of the pens. By the way, in Japanese you are at the native level in speaking, and in grammar you are high school. You have a high grade in mathematics, approximately the 1st year of high school. We will continue to study, but for now, get on with the task. I'll be in the office, Izuku said, and got up from the floor and went to his room. Nedzu remained on the floor, turning on the button on the remote control, and the video began on the TV. In it, Best Jeans raced after a villain with a dinosaur mutation who was holding a huge bag in his hand. Well, the work has begun. An hour later, there was a knock on Izuku's office. Letting Nedzu inside, Izuku placed the rodent on the table and sat down in his chair. So, do you want to tell me, or will I read it myself? You can read it, Izuku-sensei. Nedzu replied, handing the notebook into Izuku's hands. Opening the notebook, Izuku immediately noticed one thing. Nedzu, you started your analysis from the very end of the video, that is, from communication with victims and civilians. Is there a reason for your choice? In fact, Midoriya was well aware of the reason for this, but it would be nice to push the animal towards this. You know why, right? Asked Nedzu, penetrating a little and lowering his head. You're right, I understand this perfectly, but I'm asking from the perspective of an ordinary person, not as hero, not as Midoriya, not as sensei, just Izuku, an ordinary civilian. I know you probably don't want to answer, but try to. I chose this topic because I was interested in the hero's communication with victims in such situations, the Predator answered directly and seriously. Well done. You answered my question correctly. Izuku chuckled, smiling, he continued. So, then you began to analyze the fighting style and damage. What can you say about this? Shouldn't you read this yourself? Nedzu asked cheekily, smiling. Of course, but you should expect to be asked clarifying questions, which are often asked to confirm or refute their point of view, which they most likely will not say. So, the hero's movements were very sweeping. Well, stop here. You're right, of course. But leave aside the analysis of the fight for now, we will go through it together. Also, in the future, when we get you the documents, we will definitely go to the hospital, this is not discussed. And after checking your health, I will begin to teach you speed in battle and maneuverability. You won't go out into the field, but in case of a dangerous situation it would be nice to know self-defense.
Don't worry, I'm just saying that you can't analyze something when you don't know how it works. Well, sure you can, but we need to see this after some time. Whatever you say. Tell me about communication, what do you think about it? The hero behaved with restraint, and despite his obvious fatigue, he still helped the victims, and he also denounced someone himself. I think this is a good deed. You know, your seriousness in everything we discuss makes me laugh a little. You know. I know. Okay. You completed your task, but let's correct something, Izuku said, turning the notebook so that they both could see what was written. Well, it was long. It was already quite late, and Izuku harnessed Nedzu to bed while he remained in his office. It's time to start the path to a bright future. If not him, then at least Nedzu.
Izuku, logging into the private hero forum under his own name, began viewing the damage and crimes in the area in which the plant was located. Surprisingly, there was nothing associated with people in doctor's robes. With Garaki's help, they obtained the names of some of his biggest henchmen and associates. Because of this, the work was easier, but Izuku closed the form with a sigh and leaned back in his chair.
There was a plan in his head about how to organize Nedzu's passport and documents, how he would go about his path, would he even need Izuku's help? Maybe Nedzu will go to HPSC and take down the current president. Will you become a teacher in Yuya or other schools? Will he just become like the Night Eye? Will he go to the field? Letting go of these thoughts, Izuku began his personal mission. He stopped liking the president a long time ago and decided to end her life, realizing the risks of what would happen if he lost in this battle, but when he got Nedzu, a human or animal, who still needs to pass on so much knowledge and teach everything, what does Izuku know? It seems that Izuku never thought about what would happen if he went to prison, since he had no one to look after. His only good friends were Gran Torino, Akeo-san, Okawa Takeshi and Six Bullets. Okawa was his friend, an underground hero named Akiro. Red and color, in translation. He had a blood quirk and he couldn't survive without it. Well, he also had a slight dragon mutation and it benefited him from eating predator food. It was for this reason that Izuku had mice stored in the refrigerator for a long time, in case he stopped by again. It seems that Nedzu was added to this list, and because of this it was scary. Despite this, Izuku still started his own business. He often hacked the cameras of HPSC corridors and offices. He also hacked files and sent pictures that infected computers and the commission's system. Perhaps it was interesting, but he had long been recognized as a villain, and it didn't matter that he penetrated the original system quite legally. Well, if he gets caught, he faces jail time. He spent a lot of time sitting at the computer, collecting evidence and information to at least fire half of the employees who did such disgusting things that they wanted to puke. Izuku ended up falling asleep at his desk. Waking up in the morning, with an aching back, he heard the kettle, and then stomping feet outside the office door. Izuku seemed to regret waking up. His back hurt incredibly, head was pounding, and legs were numb. Standing up with a groan, he trudged to the door. Opening it, Nedzu stood behind it, wearing the same t-shirt that Izuku had given him from the very beginning of his stay here. Apparently the rodent is learning to wear clothes, which is good.
Izuku-sensei. You can't do that, Nedzu said gloomily. At his words, Izuku simply sank to the floor and lay down on him. There was a very comfortable carpet underneath. Well, it's better to die here. Get up, we have to eat, Nedzu said, starting to drag Izuku's legs. Okay. Now, Izuku said, releasing her legs from under Nedzu and getting up from the floor.
What are we going to study today? Nedzu said enthusiastically as they walked and Izuku pretended as if he didn't want to fall apart. The Constitution of Japan. Damn it! Izuku shouted, instantly waking up and ran to his phone, which he left in the office. It's Tuesday and he's definitely already missed his shift, so Izuku quickly dials his boss with an obvious sigh. Sorry, I'm afraid I overslept, Izuku said immediately, while a sigh was heard on the other side. I already understood. Is there a reason for this? Now we are planning the operation, which I am leading. Therefore, while thinking through plans tonight, I accidentally overslept. Well, Izuku specifically said that, knowing full well that he was being watched. Okay, I can accept this. Do you want to take a break so you don't have to worry about work? It would be nice. I know I should have warned you, but There was no time. I understand. Then the library will be closed during your work hours, right? No. Ask one of my colleagues. For example, Wada-kun.
Yes, he can. Fine. How long will it take you to delete these cases? I think 2.5 weeks. Izuku answered thoughtfully, allocating the time to obtain documents for Nedzu and condemn all the scientists. I understand. Goodbye, Midoriya-kun. The boss said goodbye and hung up. That's it, I've completely settled it, Izuku said joyfully, finally turning to look at the rodent.
He stood leaning on the door frame, wearing Izuku's t-shirt, which he wore for what day in a row, with a question on his face. You reminded me of something. We can go clothes shopping. Unfortunately, you'll have to go the children's route. Oh, or we could order it especially for you. Izuku came to his senses, finding the number of the tailoring bureau that he used, like various heroes. What's the plan? What? Plans that kept you awake yesterday? I calculated the risks. You're deceiving me, Izuku-sensei. Nedzu replied, squinting at Izuku and coming closer. Maybe. But it's too early for you to know about it. Now let's eat and go to the studio to make clothes for you, Izuku said, and walked past Nedzu, expecting the rodent to follow him. Izuku-sensei. You are hiding an impossible number of things, Nedzu thought, still obeying and following him. After eating breakfast in silence, Izuku got dressed and he and Nedzu left the house and got into Izuku's car. The ride was also silent, but when they got there they had to talk. Let's go. No one will ask questions, Izuku said, taking Nedzu in her arms and entering the studio. The inside of the room looked very expensive. There were incredibly beautiful fabrics hanging on every wall that shimmered in the light. There was an incredibly nice carpet on the floor, as well as a huge fitting area and a table for cutting out fabric. The worker immediately noticed Izuku. Her name was Tanako Mio. She was the one who always made Izuku's pants and sweaters, out of a certain bulletproof fabric.
Tanako-san. Hello. Izuku greeted, lowering Nedzu to the floor. Demos, you can't bring animals here. Although, he's not an unusual animal, right? Said the woman, coming out from behind the counter. Now it was quite early. For this reason there was no one in the studio except for the workers who sometimes came out of the back door. You're right. Hello, my name is Nedzu, said the rodent, looking straight into the eyes of the worker, standing in front of Izuku.
How cute. I've already taken my measurements. You're here to get him some clothes, right? Tanako said, quickly going to the right side of the room, leaving Izuku and Nedzu to follow her. This is her quirk. She can take measurements with her gaze and measure the perimeter of any figure, Midoriya briefly explained to the rodent. As they approached, Izuku continued, you're right, Nedzu needs clothes in his size. Demos, you are my favorite, so of course I will do it. So, what kind of fabrics do you prefer, Nedzu-san? The woman grinned, crouching in front of Nedzu to be on the same level with him. I would prefer quality ones. Linen are very soft. And you have a taste in fabrics. Would you like sets or separates so you can wear them with anything? Tanako asked, standing up and walking over to the linen and soft fabrics, looking through them. Separate clothes. And a suit. In particular, I would like some t-shirts, pants for sleeping, and probably a suit for the future. I understand, let's figure it out. As a result, they left the studio with a large bag of clothes for Nedzu. Well, the easiest part of the day was done. They quickly got in car and going home. Nedzu, now I will give you a book with the constitution and laws. Please read, Izuku said, entering the house and putting the bags on the floor. Izuku walked into his office, where the treasured book lay on one of the shelves. After giving it to the rodent, Izuku sent him to his room to maintain the victim's privacy or something like that, before taking bags of clothes and taking them to Nedzu's room. Having gone down to the first floor, he sat down at the table and waited.
An hour later, the doorbell rang and Izuku let the heroes and several officers into the house, quickly leading them to his office. Izuku stopped at the board and immediately began talking about the raid, circling around with a marker, alternately showing or writing down details. So, we have several risks during the raid. First, we will be within the limits of the restrictions in relation to residents who live next to production.
Let's ignore the fact that it is not located very legally and geographically, but this is only part of the problem. Now we cannot jeopardize this operation by removing people from their homes, and by my standards, we can only remove them from 4 houses. Those in the corners and 1 more. According to Garaki, they will not check your identity, because 6 bullets need to tell them how I look, and my name. Of course, not the real one. You will tell that my name is Akatani Mikumo. Questions? Izuku asked, finally turning away from the board and looking at the heroes. Many of them had puzzled faces. What are the risks that they will not destroy everything in the vicinity of this production? I think that if we work quietly, especially me, then everything should go well. What is your task? Didn't I talk about this? Everyone in the room shook their heads. I see. After 6 bullets gets inside, I will come in a few minutes, and while 6 bullets distracts the main one, I will talk to the guard. When he lets me through, I will go in your direction. I'll find out which side you're on because 6 bullets will have a small camera. So, I'll go through, walk towards him, and quietly turn off several cameras, and as I move towards the main room with access to the entire complex, I will turn them off, and turn them on again in a few minutes. Also, in order to distract the people in charge of the room, I will turn off the lights for a few minutes so that the cameras will turn off and, according to Garaki, all recordings will be erased and transferred to one of the files on the computer. And, Garaki gave us access to these cameras, so don't be surprised, Izuku explained judiciously, and it seems that no one had any questions. As I see, there are no questions.
There was silence in the room, but one hand went up. Isn't the Garaki the main target? Asked Snipe. That's true, but we caught him the night before yesterday, when I was on patrol. We interrogated him and received information. Any more questions? There was silence in response. So, I explained everything normally. So, let's repeat your roles? As a result, all the heroes were prepared to leave. Demos and 6 bullets changed into more formal clothes, hiding gadgets and other weapons in their pockets, and 6 bullets were dressed in a camera with a small microphone.
The others were also ready. Izuku was the last one to leave the house, since he needed to check everything and take Nezu with him. After leaving the house with Nezu and getting into Akeo-san's car, they first went to the police station. Leaving the detective and Nezu there, Izuku arrived not far from the production and, going into one of the alleys, opened his laptop, which already had access to the main cameras. Everything was calm for them, but after a few tens of minutes, 6 bullets had already entered the building and walked around everything, together with Garaki's accomplice. Well, now it's his time. Izuku got up from the asphalt and quickly dressed in more suitable clothes, namely, he put on a sleeveless shirt over his tank top, with a tie just hanging over his shoulders, and changed his pants into trousers, while remaining in his ankle boots. Demos was actually thinking about changing his hero costume to something more adult. Still, in his suit he looks like a 15-year-old vigilante. Well, he'll think about it tomorrow. It's time to move out. Chapter end notes. The most difficult part in this FIC is plans how Nezu and Izuku will rule the world. Of course, this is a joke. Right. Yeah, and I really like to end chapter on the most interesting part, I think. And how I see the first and second chapter. Izuku comes at home with Nezu in his hands and saying, "You are my little brother now." Chapter 6. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku was contacted by 6 bullets, who had apparently gone to the bathroom, or without seeing employers.
Demos, I have a bad feeling, said the rather restless voice of his comrade. I think that at any moment everything can go wrong. In any case, it is rare that absolutely everything goes according to plan. Okay. I'm heading out. Try to act like everything is fine, okay? Izuku asked. Certainly. Thank you, Demos. 6 bullets answered more calmly over the communicator. Izuku quickly walked towards the production, observing what was happening around him. Ordinary civilians walked past him, some looked with contempt, while others didn't care. The heroes who were watching Izuku from above should lead the civilians away from the nearest houses. Midoriya, or Akatani, slapped his cheeks and ruffled his hair to pretend that he was in a hurry and was running. Hey kid, who are you? Asked the Greyhound guard, who should lead Izuku through. Akatani. Mikumo. My boss. Demos deliberately tried very hard to stutter, showing his insecurity. Yes, your boss is here, go already, lad. The guard casually threw up his hands and let Demos in,
after giving him a map of the building and noting where his boss was. Surprisingly, the guard didn't even send people to take Midoriya to his boss. Considering this a stroke of luck, Izuku quickly found a blind spot, which also happened to be a power source that stood halfway between the main room and the entrance. After that, Izuku quickly followed the map to the main room. The door there was open. Apparently, employees ran out, but one of them was still standing at one of the monitors. Izuku quietly made his way into the room and attacked the doctor, quickly covering his mouth so that he wouldn't make a sound, and surprisingly quietly knocked him to the floor, quickly pulling him out the door. Also, Izuku calmed him down with a napkin with a special solution, which he applied after they were on the ground. Izuku finally hid the worker completely behind the door and sat down next to him. The lights turned on and everything seemed to fall into place. Two more men entered the room. One of them was broad-shouldered and muscular, along with another, not very tall and agile man. Izuku jumped on the healthier one, and when the smaller one rushed at them, he connected their heads, after which he sharply jumped back and slammed the door with his foot, which after that he immediately ran up and locked it, turning the key. Izuku dealt with these people quickly enough, and it was time to look. Demos scoured the computer to which he had connected his flash drive in order to accumulate all the necessary files that this production had. In fact, there were a lot of them. There were piles of medical records, reports of experiments on different types of animals, and also piles of tables and calculations. Well, it turns out this company didn't just sell meat. In addition, she also gave away obedient, mutant animals.
1+1 as it's called. Izuku managed to download at least half of the files they needed in about 5 minutes, while on the cameras. 6 bullets played his role perfectly, deliberately remaining in place longer than expected. After another 4 minutes, everything that needed to be transferred to the flash drive. Izuku finally pressed the button twice, telling all the heroes and the police to get ready. Turning on his communicator, Izuku responded quietly.
Demos is in touch, Izuku said, and after 10 seconds he carefully left the room. The answer was always silence, so Izuku ignored it. Although it was wrong, Demos did not like having constant buzzing in his ear. He was lucky that he was the only person who did not have a specific role, but a specific goal. Izuku walked quickly and quietly along the floor. Apparently the floor was technical, there were many additional rooms for meetings or... Stop. Why was there a torture room here? Izuku quickly took a photo on his phone and moved on. In fact, it was surprising that there was not a single employee or guard anywhere to keep the main computer room or generator under guard. Well, it's a shame he didn't ask Garaki that question. Although how could he know about this? Izuku walked up to the third and final floor. From there was a view of the first and second, in which cattle were raised. Well, actually there wasn't much of it. Izuku walked around all 2 floors and went down to the first. Judging by the cameras, 6 bullets should be on the second floor. Demos found a very strange hatch in the floor in a hidden area in which more than one camera was not turned. Midoriya quietly opened it and went down there. It was terrible. There were at least 10 cells, and... Wait, were those interrogation rooms really not them, but just another detention room? Taking a photo with his phone, Izuku continued to look around the room.
In fact, these thoughts were horrifying that living and thinking beings lived in an absolute trash heap, and judging by the blood on the floor, a lot of experimental animals were killed here. With the decision made, Izuku was finally contacted. Demos. Why don't you press the button? Akayo-san asked from his ear. There are animals here. Some. I want to get them out, but it will be very difficult. Send a sniper, he will take the guard and I will go out with the animals. Izuku said into a small microphone in a tie.
Understood. Snipe goes to the entrance, takes you out, and we begin. Of course. Midoriya agreed and ran to the entrance to the building. In fact, it was very strange that almost all the staff were absent. Damn, Izuku forgot to check some of the cameras he had access to on the main computer. The main thing is to not allow them to get out. When Izuku was already at the exit, Snipe had already tied up the security guard and was quietly handing him over to the police. Handing the animals over to the officers and giving them orders to protect them and soon take them to the station with them. Izuku pressed the button. The heroes rushed into the building, and judging by the sounds on the second floor, 6 bullets immediately began to act. Demos quickly ran there for reinforcements while the rest of the heroes were combing the third and first floors. When Izuku went up to the 6 bullets, there was a lot of blood, and from the looks of it, it wasn't a hero's. 6 bullets? Izuku asked, walking through the corpses to the hero with an M4 rifle in his hands. I'm done here, 6 bullets said and began to leave. Hey, this was not our plan. We need them alive, damn it, Izuku hissed, and carefully began to unwind the rope that he took with him to twist the other hero into it.
It was an incredibly strange situation. His comrade always followed tactics and never went beyond what was permitted. And now he's killing left and right. Something is definitely wrong here. No, Izuku said into the void and completely tied up the hero, taking away the weapon. 6 bullets simply remained silent. Well, in front of him was an obvious double. But the question is, where the fuck is the real one? Izuku, making sure that the double would not get out, began to inspect the room, additionally contacting Akayo-san via comm.
Akayo-san, where is the real 6 bullets? Or, Izuku silently looked at his comrade while chaos was happening above him, on the floor above. There was no emotion in 6 bullets' eyes, and then he simply began to melt away. Wait, what? Why did he literally turn into dirt? This is Snipe. The entire first floor is finished, people have been removed and are under guard. How are you doing? Snipe asked, finally connecting to the communicator. 6 bullets were most likely taken hostage. I discovered a mud clone of him, who apparently killed all the scientists on this floor. Snipe, come up to me, he must be in one of the closets or something like that. A minute later, Snipe came running and began to run through the places where 6 bullets could be. Akayo-san, can you check or rewind the footage from all the cameras on the 2nd floor? No, during the battle of 6 bullets, one of the employees destroyed them, as well as the files. Apparently, it was after the cameras were destroyed that 6 bullets were taken away. Demos and Snipe continued to search. After some time, it became quiet from above, and the gang Orca got in touch. This is the Gamgee Orca. Edgeshot and I cleared the entire 3rd floor. Where are you? Exactly. We're on the 2nd floor now, come here. Izuku said, and a minute later the Orc gang and Edgeshot appeared in the room with them.
Here you are. Gang Orca, use your quirk. 6 bullets were taken somewhere, and we don't know where he is. Izuku quickly explained the situation, and the Orca gang began to work. In the basement? Yes, it's underground, said the gang Orca, and the heroes all ran to the basement together. Once inside, standing there was Garaki. What the hell? Didn't they put him in prison?
This madman began to cackle wildly at the sight of the heroes, absolutely going completely crazy. In fact, this time they tied him up just as quickly as the last. Garaki continued to laugh, either in hysterics or out of hopelessness. While Snipe and Demos explored the basement, Garaki finally began to speak. You stupid heroes. Your friend can no longer be saved. The process has already begun. Garaki shouted, and the gang Orca instantly panicked. Damn it. The building is exploding, shouted gang Orca. By then, Demos had already found 6 bullets. 6 bullets, his comrade, were in a huge flask with some kind of red solution. Although, apparently, it was red due to loss of blood. Clear explosions were heard from above. Izuku quickly smashed the flask with a piece of the wall, which fell off when one of the explosions occurred and freed his body. The heroes took Garaki number 2 by the arm and ran. Surprisingly, the entrance had not yet been completely blocked, and they left the building, of which only the remainder of the 1st floor remained. Fuck, muttered Izuku, who was carrying 6 bullets, and was checking to see if he was alive. Well, he didn't have a pulse, but Demos sincerely hopes that it's just him being stupid and not putting his hand there, or that his comrade can still be saved. Demos, are you crying? Snipe asked, turning to Midoriya, who had wet tracks from tears on his face, and who furiously tried to feel for a pulse, but apparently found nothing. Maybe. Izuku answered, and they finally went outside. They were met by doctors. Garaki was turned over to the police a 2nd time, and they were told that Garaki number 1, whom Izuku found back in the alley, had turned into ordinary dirt. All the heroes were checked for injuries, and tragically they reported that the hero's 6 bullets died half an hour ago, when Izuku approached the 2nd floor.
In fact, there were still a lot of questions left. Firstly, why create a clone? Was this intentional? Or just a random activation of someone's quirk? To avoid suspicion and take the original 6 bullets? Why did they even need him? What happened back then on the second floor? Did the workers find out his identity, and that he is not in charge? How did Garaki bring the original 6 bullets so quickly, and quickly place it in the flask in such a short time? Did someone help him? All these questions were running through Izuku's head as he sat on the asphalt.
This is not the first time that Izuku has lost close friends or comrades. After all, the work of a hero is very dangerous in this sense, and every day several heroes at the bottom of the ranking die, whose death will be left in 2 articles and forgotten. Hell, Izuku didn't even know 6 Bullet's real name. He didn't know if he had children, a wife, a husband, a partner, a family, or other close friends. Izuku decided to help inform 6 Bullet's loved ones of his death. Izuku resolutely stood up from the asphalt. Despite the fact that there was blood on his clothes, the glory of Kami was not his, and in some strange liquid. Walking up to Akeo-san, who had already arrived, he began a conversation. 6 Bullets is dead, Izuku simply announced, standing in front of the detective. Yes. Do you want to inform his relatives? Akeo-san immediately cut through him, and Demos simply sighed. Yes. I will accept any punishment for putting him through this. Stop. It's not your fault for what happened. He damn it told me that he felt that something would happen. I just told him to calm down and didn't pay attention to it. Izuku almost shouted when he was hugged. Izuku burst into tears. So simple. Perhaps it was because of the crushing feeling of guilt, or his inheritance called Midoriya's tears, had finally reasserted itself. These tears had not happened for about 5 years when Izuku first entered Shiketsu. It seems he lost that feeling then. Izuku repeats the mantra, calm down, within himself. Well, it helped, and Izuku soon began to calm down. Tearing himself away from the detective, he sat down on the asphalt again, not paying attention to the looks from the officers or paramedics. Of the heroes, only Snipe remained. They agreed with the officers to come tomorrow for interrogation so that they could sleep for at least 2 hours. Snipe turned to Izuku and sat down next to him. Do you think it was worth it? Midoriya asked rhetorically, almost lying down on the asphalt while Snipe remained in a sitting position.
I think yes. Still, we weren't as close to him as you were. Snipe answered honestly, understanding what or who Midoriya was talking about. And yet, it's not your fault that this happened. Yes, you planned it, but the rest of us are fine, right? And as I already said, you didn't give it up, but fought. Remember how we ran around the floor? Just to find him. Snipe, who was looking at the stars, asked rhetorically. Still, more than 3 hours had passed, and sunset had long passed. It's autumn.
Maybe. You're a nice person, but it would be nice for us to leave. Izuku said, finally getting up from the asphalt. Demos. How do you like the idea of communicating over assignments? You are a very nice young man, Snipe suggested, getting up and standing next to Izuku. At these words, Izuku asked for his phone number, and having entered his contact, said goodbye and ran away to Akeo-san. Still, he needs to take Nedzu. Akeo-san. Where is Nedzu? Izuku asked, approaching the detective. The detective smiled, and Izuku felt like there was something or someone weighing on his leg. Izuku knelt down with a smile and hugged Nedzu, who couldn't cry, but looked very sad. Hey, buddy, we need to go home, you know. Izuku asked, picking up Nedzu in his arms. In response, he heard a sad growl. It is not clear whether this is consent or not, but Izuku decided that it was. Demos, I'll take you two home. No need, I left the car in several houses, so everything is in order. Then I'll accompany you. Akeo-san insisted and they went to the car. The walk to the car was quiet. Nedzu was still clinging to the dirty Izuku, and they both would definitely need a bath after this. Many people looked at them strangely, and that was logical. Izuku had long since lost his tie, his shirt was missing several buttons, and he was covered in dust, blood, and dirt. Dirt was also in his hair and on his face. In his arms he carried a rodent measuring just below half his thigh, and a very neatly dressed man walked next to him.
Some, on the contrary, looked in awe, and were touched or giggled because they looked so effortlessly like a family. Well, it was new. Izuku was pansexual, but despite this he did not feel love towards the detective. Still, he was his best friend, a comrade who was always his right hand in so many situations. So, of course, he had exes whom he loved, but in the end they cheated on him, or he simply stopped loving them.
Thank you for bringing me to the car, detective. I'll stay tomorrow after the interrogation. Still, there is something else we need to discuss. Izuku said and got into the car as the detective simply waved at him and walked back. Demos put Nezu in the back and they drove home. Still, today was a very difficult day, and Izuku was already ready to pass out. But tomorrow he still had to go to the hospital, although he was checked by doctors, it would be nice to check his health completely. With these thoughts they drove home. Izuku ran to the second floor, still holding Nezu, and they went to the shower. Nezu came first, and then Izuku. Coming out of the shower, he lay down on his bed and passed out. By this time, Nezu had also fallen asleep in his room. Chapter end notes. And this is the first death. Oh. I don't know, do I need to be proud cause of this? Maybe no. Well, I know that I didn't show you much about 6 bullets, or why does Izuku even was sad about it, but don't worry, in my plans, in future chapters, I will show you the reason. I hope I will not forget about it. Chapter 7. Chapter notes. And, I just wanted to tell, that everything happens 15 years before the main plot. Meaning, the original Izuku would have been 2 to 3 months old at the time of the story I'm telling. Also, Aizawa is 13 at the moment of the story. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Waking up to his alarm clock, Izuku got out of bed with a groan. His head was pounding, and he wanted to sleep for 2 more days, since 3 hours of sleep would definitely not really healthy. Still, Izuku got out of bed and changed into his hero clothes. The raid was a raid, but no one cancelled patrols. Izuku wrote down a note saying he was leaving and left it at Nezu's door in case the rodent woke up. Nezu needs to buy a phone. But Izuku will probably do it tomorrow when they go shopping.
Demos jumped from house to house, looking for crimes. It seems quiet today. Heck, recently a very strange vigilante named Stein showed up not long ago. So far, nothing has been said about him in the news, but they are underground, and any problems or changes are reported to the internal network or directly during a patrol or a simple meeting. Izuku has long come to terms with his role in the underground. He had been an analyst for a very long time, often being called upon to find out the quirk of a criminal or his tactics in order to catch him. Izuku liked this job. Not only extra money, but also new information.
There are several laws in the underground. One of them is that information is the most valuable and best resource. Of course, Demos worked not only with heroes, but also with vigilantes. For several he even arranged an exam and they received their licenses. One of these was a famous vigilante named Blade. He amazed everyone with his evasiveness in his time. He now works as a professional underground hero. His quirk is that he could throw blades from his stomach and legs. Well, Demos hopes he's okay now, even though he still had his phone number. Izuku was jumping around buildings, peeking into alleys or helping some lady give her bag. The whole night would have passed like this until he heard a scream in several houses. Izuku ran towards it, but stopped at the edge, looking down the alley. There, Stein, known in the vigilante underground, helps a civilian. Izuku turned on the recording on his glasses and jumped down. Izuku jumped down incredibly quietly behind Stein, and he didn't seem to notice him. Soon after Stein stopped talking, Demos began to applaud. Stein turned to him with an absolutely funny face. Good job, Stein. Have you thought about taking a license exam or something like that? Izuku asked, standing still as the realization of the situation began to appear on Stein's face. I don't want. And don't I need to graduate from the School of Heroes? Stein asked rather stupidly. Although, this was obvious, because civilians and villains were not supposed to know about the nature of the exam. No, I organized one for one of my friends, former vigilantes. Do you know the Blade? His hero name. Now, let me remember. Exactly. Kuroshi. Izuku finally remembered.
Stein began to carefully approach the hero as the citizen whom Stein helped simply watched what was happening with interest. Yes, I knew the Blade, and yet, aren't you 17? What, I am a professional underground hero, Demos. Nice to meet you, Izuku said gloomily, but still bowed to the vigilante. Okay. Aren't you supposed to catch me? You're right, Izuku said, and after sending information to the policeman through his glasses, he finally began to run towards Stein.
Demos actively attacked while Stein defended himself with his knives, and did not seem to notice that Izuku began to rope him. Izuku made a few more circles, attacking, and suddenly pulled it in with all his strength. Stein fell with a crash and a groan. Stein, you're a good guy, but this is my job, do you understand this? Demos asked, sitting on Stein. He looked at him with a piercing gaze, and when Izuku stood up to greet the detective, Stein simply jumped out of the rope and raced along the walls, away from the police and the hero. Well, I tried, Izuku said, looking at his back and turning off the recording from her glasses. Demos, you have a recording on your glasses, right? The detective asked while the officer was driving the victim. You're right, I'll send you the file tonight, Izuku said, and moved on. Demos has been on patrol for an hour and he will finally goes home. Well, nothing else happened and Izuku with a calm soul, went home to sleep, having finished his work. Arriving home, Izuku changed his clothes and finally went to bed. He runs along a small path, overtaking trees and rarely passing people. It seems like he's been running all day, running away from everything he had. His beloved mother, who always stroked his head, just disappeared from the face of the earth. No mention. Not on the news, not in the police, not on the street, nowhere. How could she just disappear?
Mommy. The boy shouted, trying to cling to him to the life of his mother, who was fading before his eyes. Izu. L live on. Leave. Me. The mother croaked and passed away in an alley in which there was no one except himself and the dying woman. Izuku woke up with a start, his head sweating and his heart pounding in his chest.
Every time someone died in front of him, he had a nightmare. Thanked Kami that he didn't see people dying that often, but today was too much. Too much. Rising from the bed with a groan, Izuku realized that he would no longer be able to sleep. It's 5 a.m. Well, he slept for 2 hours. It seemed like it was something, but it felt like he was hit by a truck. This hasn't happened for half a year. Losing his precious sleep, Izuku incredibly quietly went down to the kitchen. Prepare a pot of tea for himself. Izuku put on his jacket shoes, and the remaining pajama pants. He went outside and just sat in the gazebo. It's not sunset yet, and the wind is raging across the roofs, and this makes Izuku want to hang around here forever. In this gazebo, Izuku always spent his quietest nights or evenings, just sitting and drinking tea, almost without thinking. In fact, Izuku was thinking about a full veranda, or making a back door so as not to leave through the front door, but Izuku put these thoughts in a drawer in which so many of them had accumulated that it was scary to take them out. Surprisingly, Izuku's head, on the contrary, began to work, thinking over a plan for an inheritance for Nedzu, or his education. The plan was already starting to play out in his head, but first he needed to discuss it with Nedzu. Maybe he would like to add something. After all, this is his life. Izuku didn't know how long he had been sitting here. Hour. 2. Possibly. Thoughts of dream came into his head.
These were his memories that he remembered for the rest of his life. In fact, Izuku still won't be able to watch this from a logical point. On the one hand, this is his beloved mother, but many questions began to arise. Why did she run away? Because you're pathetic. Why would someone want to kill her? Criminals or psychos? Izuku desperately tried to suppress the answers to these questions in his head, which he avoided like the plague.
Damn, it looks like Izuku left his cell phone behind and he needs to go back to the house to check the time. Surprisingly, the sunset had already begun to form. Damn it, he really wanted to take a photo with Nedzu at dawn someday. Or Akeo-san. Or his mother. Well, it seems that his mother kept these albums in their old apartment. Several years have passed. He needs to return there and pick up his things, if not his mother's, then at least his own. He was lucky that there was literally nothing in the refrigerator when she died. Quite literally. That day, Izuku was supposed to go meet her when she returned from work, but he walked more than half of the way, and his mother never appeared on the horizon. That afternoon he accidentally wandered into an alley, in which he found his mother. Izuku was lucky that according to the laws, quirkless become adults at 13, and he was not sent to a foster family, but thank God that then he had already entered Shikatsu, and there were dorms there, and he just lived there until he moved to this house. Yes, relatives from his mother's side met him, for example, Aunt May. She was kind, but she died that same summer, and my uncle seemed to have given up on his relatives, and a few months later the story appeared on the news that his entire family had died. Well, it was sad, but my uncle was a terrible person. Izuku still blames himself for not being able to take Hana or Tenko back then. Well, he just hoped that up there in heaven, if there was an afterlife, they were doing well and resting. Who knows what happened behind the doors with a very aggressive dad and 2 children. Izuku doesn't even know how long he sat on this bench, looking at the already ended dawn. The tea got cold, and he himself was lost in his head, until a frightened Nezu came running to him. Nezu, what happened? Izuku asked innocently, not knowing the reason for the fright. Happened. Izuku-sensei, please leave a note or something when you leave the house and I'm sleeping. I thought I lost you. Nezu shouted and climbed onto Izuku, shaking him. Nezu, darling, please calm down, I'm fine. After my dream, I couldn't sleep, so I came here. When I can't sleep, I come here. It's quiet here. Izuku answered calmly, moving Nezu's claws away from his face.
How many hours did you sleep? You don't look very good, Nezu said, frowning. You were right. At first I slept for 3 hours, and then for 2, Izuku said, and looked at the sky again. After a few seconds, he continued to say, Nezu, we need to go to the detective, then shopping, then you help me, we will make a plan for your life, and then. Izuku fell silent, thinking about what would happen next. And everything else is in my plans, like changing a costume or talking with a detective.
Midoriya frowned and stood up from the bench, taking the tray with tea. They went into house. Having done all his morning chores, the first thing Izuku did was go to the police station to talk to the detective. Then, in order to continue processing documents for Nezu, Izuku needs something that will provide protection. What will provide protection to the victim? The agency that saved the victim, right? Well, that wasn't a bad idea. All the same, in this way you will not become more independent, but you will need to find the right building. Or maybe buy land and just build it. He thought too much and looked far into the future, but for now he needs to tune into the present. Arriving at the station in his hero costume, Izuku was quickly led to Akeo-san's office. They quickly had a conversation about the raid, identifying the victims. In the end, about 50 people were arrested, and 10 died, the same ones that the 6 bullets clone killed when the real one was dying. Izuku also gave the detective a flash drive with all the information from the computer, and also a file from his glasses when he met Stein. So he was lost in his thoughts again when the detective called out to him, and shaking his head, he continued listening to him. The conversation with the detective went quickly, but it's time to start a very important discussion. In fact, Izuku felt guilty that he did not allow Nezu to take possession of this case himself and communicate with the detective himself. Therefore, Midoriya begins to feel like a mother hen. Detective, I think Nezu must be here. I feel like I'm protecting his own life too much, so we'll both come to you in an hour, okay? Izuku asked, and after that he left for Nezu. So attempt number 2. Now demos, but this time with Nezu, again comes to the detective. Nezu, hello, how are you doing? The detective asked friendly.
Everything is fine, thank you, detective. Nezu answered and nodded. Would you like coffee or? Akeo-san began to ask, but they didn't let him finish. Tea. Demos and Nezu answered at the same time, and simply giggled at it. Although Nezu does not live with Izuku for long, a habit begins to appear when there is always a different tea for each lesson or simple conversation.
Izuku made tart tea for important conversations in order to stay in the feelings, refreshing and light tea for studying, that is, with the taste of coffee, they drank in the morning when they needed to wake up, and lavender was intended for drinking before bed. Nezu is lucky to have such a good and caring big brother. Wait, what? Did he just call Izuku-sensei his brother? Okay, it doesn't even sound bad. I'm glad, so we need to discuss a very important topic. Now that there is no risk that you will be taken away, the question of documents still remains open. We can't just make documents like that, and besides, you don't have a last name or birth certificate, right? The detective asked rhetorically. In response, Nezu and Demo simply looked at him. The detective stood up with a sigh to make tea for the guests, but continued talking. Theoretically, we can ask the commission for help, but then you will be under their wing and will not be able to move on your own. This effect would be simplified by the presence of an agency that would protect at least half, since heroic agencies are independent projects, and you receive help from the commission only if you are in the conditional 20 heroes from the rating. So, demos, have you thought about an agency? Of course, we can organize the documents, but the commission will 100% break into this matter, the detective said, and turned to the guests with tea, which he put on the coffee table, opposite the sofa on which Demos and Nedzu were sitting. Well, Izuku believes that doing the paperwork for Nedzu will be an incredibly difficult task. Yes, I thought about it. But it will be difficult. After all, I am an underground hero, who, even though I am at the top, will still look like a clown compared to the limelight ones. Although, I have an idea, Izuku said insidiously, grinning under his mask.
The temperature in the room had dropped a few degrees, but Nedzu next to him looked completely impartial, also grinning. Okay. The detective agreed and took out the paper. So, now, let's draw up a draft of your documents, I'll send it to my director, and then you'll come to the meeting, okay? The detective asked, putting the paper on the table in front of Nedzu. Of course. Nedzu chirped, and took out a pen from somewhere and began to write down.
So, he decided that his birthday would be January 1st. The year was missing on purpose. Anyway, all his documents will most likely be very protected, and in the documents he will pretend that he has a year, and not just a date. Next came the name. The first was Nedzu, obviously, but there were problems with the last name. Izuku-sensei, what about the last name? Asked Nedzu, looking back at Izuku from under the glasses. They looked at him with tenderness and a slight smile. It's up to you, buddy. I'm not in control of this. Do you have any thoughts? Izuku asked, tilting his head. In theory, could I take your last name? Nedzu asked, looking at the sheet in front of him again. A small hand landed on his back and began stroking him. I would be glad, and I don't mind it at all. Izuku said in a very cheerful voice, which also contained tenderness towards Nedzu. What about the emergency number? Nedzu asked, and Izuku also looked at the sheet. Nedzu handed the pen to Izuku, who took it and wrote something on the sheet. This is my phone number. We'll buy you a phone and a tablet in a few hours when we leave here. ... So, all the papers were filled out, and the detective ran away to give them to the main one. Izuku and Nedzu left the lot and drove to the mall that had one of Izuku's favorite hardware stores.
This store sold a lot of equipment that helped Izuku from time to time. For example, the laptop he uses. It itself is quite durable, although it does not have protection against viruses and such things. I have a question, Izuku-sensei. Nedzu said as they left the store with a phone, laptop and headphones in a bag that Izuku carried. Sure. What is it? Why does the detective do all the work? I mean, he's not even an officer, Nedzu said indignantly, and Izuku simply chuckled.
You are right. Previously, about 150 years ago, the police were very important, there were many specialties, but now, when heroes appeared in society, the police suddenly became not so important, and surprisingly, even the commission is closer to the government than the police. Things weren't like this before. In any case, because of this, the positions were reduced, and now the detective is the most loyal person to the colonel. Yes, God, now even he is simply called the director. Izuku was also indignant as they walked to the car. Exactly. How do you like the idea of going to a home store? Buy candles, blankets, pillows there? Izuku asked, stopping abruptly. Nedzu stared at him. Yes, I wouldn't mind. Nedzu said, and they went to the home store. In the end, they went home with 3 packages. In one of them there was equipment, in the second, blankets and pillows, and in the third, soft toys, and since on the way they wandered into a stationery store, they bought more notebooks and pens for Nedzu. Arriving home, Izuku carried the packages to Nedzu's room, and when he entered there, he saw a sad picture. After several days of living with Izuku, Nedzu did not arrange anything, leaving everything as it was, which made it feel like no one lived here. Nedzu, we need to decorate your room, Izuku said, already dumping the contents of the bags onto his bed. The rodent sat down next to Izuku, inspecting and sorting through what was there. Taking a stack of notebooks in his hands, Nedzu stood up and placed them on the shelf that was conveniently located above his desk. All the other things had been sorted out, now there were several soft pillows and animal toys on Nedzu's bed, and there was a laptop on the table along with a phone. Izuku put the last candle in the room and sat down next to Nedzu on the bed, first taking the computer and phone from the table.
Nedzu, we need to teach you how to code. Is that right for you? Izuku asked. Yes. By the way, what about tea? Nedzu asked expectedly. Izuku laughed and left the room. 10 minutes later he came in again with a tray, mugs and a teapot. Well, classes have started. As a result, they created a program that launched a virus onto the device from which they tried to hack Nedzu's phone or computer. They also added a drawing of a rat that laughs when the device begins to become infected with a very difficult to remove virus.
A little over 3 hours passed, and Izuku went into his office while Nedzu played with the settings of his laptop and phone nearby on the floor. Just in case something explodes or Nedzu needs quick help with something. Meanwhile, Izuku, putting glasses on his nose, and on the computer, found territories that could be bought to build his agency. In fact, Izuku's earnings don't end with hero work. He also sold analyze to heroes or the support department at hero schools for money, and sometimes gave lectures at the same schools for the hero course. Therefore, Demos earned a lot of money from 2 jobs and a part-time job. Suddenly, something clicked in Izuku's head. Midoriya remembered his love for hacking towards the commission and their president. A plan arose in Izuku's head to protect Nedzu, without building an agency. Izuku could, and has already, found blackmail against his beloved president, and God, he can manipulate them. Or maybe give Nedzu a chance to show himself. Izuku had no doubt that Nedzu would show himself after some time, but now he has no authority, no power. He thinks about letting Nedzu deal with the police, in case they refuse and he takes on a more difficult boss. In fact, finding the necessary files didn't make him sweat, and he calmly started printing out everything he had, as well as the contract, to show the damn commission who the daddy was. Buddy, we were supposed to go to the hospital today. How are you? Or shall we go tomorrow? Izuku asked, turning around from the printer, from which papers were already beginning to appear. We can go tomorrow, Nedzu answered, raising his head from the laptop. How are you doing? Izuku asked, sitting on the floor next to Nedzu.
I made a program that puts up one pretty good barrier, but I'm not sure how good it is. Nedzu answered honestly. Nedzu, I'm sure that you have managed with all your strength, and that's enough. Anyway, while I have a free minute, do you want me to try to hack it and we can finish it together? Izuku asked, smiling softly. Chapter end notes. I have this chapter in my notebook very long ago, but I was very lazy to translate it. I'm sorry if I have a mistakes.
Chapter 8. Chapter notes. I wanted to put this chapter yesterday, but AO3 didn't work. By the way, thank you for the first 100 kudos, smiley face. P.S. I changed the summary of this work a little bit, I hope it's better now. Izuku left Nedzu alone, took all the printed sheets and left his office. Nedzu still sat on the floor, continuing to code and finish the program they had been working on yesterday. In fact, Nedzu found it interesting in this house. The constant need for knowledge was eliminated, he always had someone to talk to, and he had the right to go wherever he wanted. In general, he was completely happy with life here, but there was one minus. Along with this, the need to know everything developed. And unfortunately, Izuku was one huge puzzle that kept Nedzu thinking. On the one hand, Izuku was always courteous, polite, and kind. But from what he heard and saw during the raid, Izuku Midoriya only showed himself to be invulnerable to the family, and apparently Nedzu automatically became a member of it. The question of how remained open. Nedzu sensed something was wrong. He hopes it will go away soon. Izuku's phone rang, but since he couldn't hear it himself because of the closed doors, Nedzu inquired and got up from the floor. The name, old friend, appeared on the display, and a phone number was written under it. In his talk, an idea appeared about a program that would search for a person by his phone number. But for this, he will need police files for the SIM cards, and Nedzu dared to sit at Izuku-sensei's computer. Surprisingly, it was on, and on the screen there was a huge database of files, each of which was called an incomprehensible set of letters.
Nedzu remembered one of the lessons where Izuku taught him how to encode words, which he himself used. The rodent quickly guessed the file names, for example, commission. Nedzu clicked on the icon, opening it to reveal a table filled with numbers and percentages. Nedzu examined the computer, finally finding the correct police file. He copied everything that was there and sent it to his computer, deleting the history and getting up from his chair, left everything as it was and sat down at his laptop.
2 minutes later, Izuku walked in, looking a little too happy. Nedzu, darling, do you want to tell me something? I don't think so. As you say. Then I'll teach you how to hide your tracks more easily. Izuku purred and sat down at the table, continuing to work on something that Nedzu didn't even know about. Probably Nedzu joked, agreeing to the next lesson. Yes, but nay. Izuku didn't have time to finish when his phone rang. Yes, Akeo-san. Izuku asked, raising the phone to his ear. Demos, your documents have been approved, and you will need to come tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Only Nedzu-san. This is firstly, and secondly, we still have the death of 6 bullets. I asked if you could inform the relatives about this, but you were not allowed, since you are not the police or the commission. The funeral will be after tomorrow. Also, paramedics confirmed that 6 bullets was killed as a result of a bullet wound to the head. I'll send you details via SMS. I almost forgot. All the animals from this place are dead. They didn't survive, the detective said, sighing sometimes. I got it, thank you. The call was hung up, and Izuku looked at Nedzu. Nedzu, the interview will be tomorrow at 9 in the morning. After this we will go to the hospital, okay? Izuku asked. In response, the rodent looked at him with an incomprehensible gaze, which soon returned to the monitor. Nedzu, Izuku asked, approaching the rodent, who did not look up.
Izuku-sensei, can I ask a question? Sure, what is the point of you helping me? Izuku paused, sitting down next to him and looking at the ceiling. Nothing. I saw myself in you. When I lost my mother, I lived on the streets for some time until a hero found me and handed me over to the police. This is where my relatives found me. You know, I think I would take any child like that home, but I would make a bad parent. Teacher? Mentor? Of course. But the parent. Izuku fell silent, looking at the ceiling, and throughout the conversation he did not take his eyes off him.
There's something else. I feel that. You are family. Back when I woke up for the first time, I felt a family in you. Nedzu shared, looking embarrassed. Izuku just looked at him with a shocked look, but his expression suddenly warmed up. Nedzu, what do you think our dynamics are like? We are like brothers. In fact, this is what I feel towards you. Nedzu, looking at Izuku. He turned sharply and hugged Nedzu, burying his head. I'm glad. I'm very pleased that you consider me family, Izuku said. Anyway, I think we both need a break. Izuku said, and still hugging Nedzu stood up from the floor. In fact, they were getting close to each other impossibly quickly, and this baffled Nedzu. It seems that he should have been cold or cautious and calculating from the very beginning, but his older brother inspired confidence and supported Nedzu. Nedzu knew there was nothing holding him here. Izuku didn't hide the fact that he was free to come and go as he pleased, but Nedzu still noticed the looks that Izuku sent him. There was trust in them, but also melancholy, as if Nedzu would walk out the door right now and return in 10 years. This showed a disturbing picture, but in fact, Nedzu heard Izuku leaving home from the very first day. Sometimes he heard him muttering, talking on the phone, he heard almost everything, but did not show it as much as possible. Just recently, Nedzu began to notice that Izuku's walking no longer had the same confidence. Or rather, it is there, but it's as if the step has become longer and more thoughtful. As if Izuku was constantly thinking about where to go.
In fact, Nedzu didn't want to admit that there was someone else in this house. Of course, the estate is old, and although it is in almost perfect condition, it is possible that the wind can still sometimes blow through the walls. But what Nedzu sometimes heard and felt, he could not explain the nature of it. Well, especially for the first time. Often, at night, when Izuku was at work, there was something rattling on the ground floor, in the kitchen, be it forks or chairs from the dining room, which were forced to creak on the floor.
At some times he heard quiet howls, as if someone was trying to sing something with tears in their eyes. Sometimes, a melody was heard from the old radio that stood in the same forgotten dining room, on a godforsaken radio line. For some reason, the huge, standing clock on the first floor, standing in Izuku's office, which usually never worked, began to move. Nedzu remembers the face of the detectives who came to interview him when notebooks fell from a shelf on the second floor, which Izuku then had to put away. Izuku also looked emotionless, as if it was a prank of a cat or other pet, but Nedzu is sure that Akeo-san knows that they don't have pets. Day and night this building was different. During the day, the estate looked like an old castle from the 18th and 19th centuries, which is very, very rare in their 22nd century. At night, it was as if you had fallen through time, finding yourself in a dark estate, which even during the day made you wonder, have I moved in time? In fact, as Nedzu read, this building dates back to 1900, which confirmed his theory, and this was also 3 centuries ago, and showed how much of Izuku's bloodline was. Nedzu read it for the first time, at night when Izuku left for work. He crawled out of bed and went to the library, where he had already learned how to find all the topics that interested him. For example, that night he became interested in medicine and body structure, as well as physics and astronomy. But the books were from 2000, and in almost 200 years human anatomy has changed a little, as well as some new laws related to quirks have been discovered. Nedzu was also able to get a book about the history of those years, and if you compare this time with those years, then it feels like they have a very peaceful life. The book described the war, the virus, constant problems among the people, global warming, and it felt like not a single day passed without surprises, taking into account the absence of heroes and villains. Usually, he thought about this while walking around the area. It's just that the feeling that Nedzu got while walking around the estate was very binary. Like he's in safe territory, and like there's always someone else here and you'll never be completely alone. It's as if someone is constantly following you, watching from the side, protecting you, and maybe preparing to attack you at any second. In fact, Nedzu remembers hearing almost the same sounds, but much sadder, during his time living in the laboratory. On the one hand, this was logical, because there were also animals nearby, but Nedzu realized that he was not even in the basement. These were the howls of dead souls that were burning in agony and simply could not get out of this world.
Well, perhaps, just as dogs can hear and see things that humans cannot, he too has this ability. That's just. Sometimes there were moments as if someone was running through the house, or shadows that were dancing despite the complete stillness of everything around.
In fact, sometimes it led to complete panic, but from the time Nedzu realized that these sounds would be everywhere, just like dead souls. He also heard them at the police station, that shopping center, and while they were driving in the car. Over time, he began to completely ignore it, constantly turning on podcasts or music in the background while he was doing something. Well, or came and talked to Izuku. Nedzu stood up from the bed, looking at the floor in front of him. They had finished their classes 2 hours ago and Nedzu had completely free time, unlike Izuku, who was sitting in his office. He left the room, shuffling down to the first floor to tell Izuku that he wanted some tea. Unfortunately, he is not tall enough to reach the teapot or tea leaves. In the office, Izuku is walking in circles and also looking around, as if afraid that someone will hear. Izuku-sensei, is everything okay? Nedzu asked, looking out from behind the door. Izuku turned around sharply, but a minute later he came to his senses and smiled. It's okay, He turned to the computer. I was a little lost in my thoughts. Did you want something? What do you think about the idea of going to that gazebo? It's very silently there, Nedzu said, with the task of getting Izuku away from what he was doing. I think, why not? Let's go. That's how they ended up in the gazebo, looking at the sun already setting behind the horizon.
Izuku-sensei, what do you think we will do? Of course. We have already admitted that we treat each other like family. And the family decides everything together, right? Maybe. I am not at the mercy of what you will do or already do. You can sabotage the HPSC, the police. Start a revolution in 2 days, for example. And, unfortunately, I can't do anything about it, Izuku answered indifferently, looking at the sky.
You're right, you are powerless in this. Do you want me to tell you what happened in that laboratory? In response there was silence, which encouraged Nedzu to speak further. I lived separately from everyone, as the most important and cool project. I heard what the detective said. This means that I really was something different, their masterpiece, for example. I learned from people around me and doctors. I think I spent about 9 months there. I ran away and stayed on the streets for a month or so. Almost every day some neighborhood teenagers kicked me. I don't even know how I managed to survive. Nedzu grinned, but stopped for a second, looking at Izuku, who was very thoughtful. You know, this reminds me of my childhood in some way. I lived in a cocoon that my mother created. She treated me like crystal, protecting me like a hen. You know, at school they didn't like me either. Constant mockery and bullying. I was homeschooled, graduated from high school, and entered Shikatsu. You know, sometimes, in relation to you, I feel just like my mother. Overprotective. Thinking over your success story. Izuku answered honestly, despite Nedzu. He felt a nose press into his side, pressing against him in support. You know, we can just sit here. Izuku said simply, and they fell into a comfortable silence. The next day happened. They got up and went directly to the colonel. It was decided that demos would wait for Nedzu in Akeo-san's office, leaving the ermine to be eaten. An hour and a half later, Nedzu came out, apparently completely satisfied, and said goodbye to the director. I finished. Izuku-sensei, let's go home. Nedzu said, approaching them with a folder of documents.
No, we'll go to the hospital, and this is not discussed, Izuku said, and after saying goodbye to the detective, they left for the hospital for heroes, the most protected and the best. So, surprisingly, Nedzu-san is fine. There are no bruises, internal cuts or bleeding. I can attest to the quirk of the mind, as well as the genes of the dog, ermine, bear and mouse. I would also advise you to go to the special section for animals with quirks, in case my tests turn out to be incorrect. The only thing I want to say is that the cut on the eye will remain a scar, probably for life, said the doctor.
Izuku went to him often. It was much easier to talk to him, and he didn't care who to help, only he was a terrible veterinarian, which is logical and not at the same time. Okay, thank you, Nedzu said, and they left the office and walked further along the corridor, stopping when strollers with people or doctors passed by. I want to say that you really are an animal with a quirk, the veterinarian confirmed the theory. Walking out of the office, Nedzu looked back at Izuku questioningly. Is there something wrong? I have 2 questions. Why is there a veterinarian here along with the hospital and why was he so rude? About the first. As far as I know, the veterinary clinic is adjacent to the hospital in case you need to quickly understand what kind of creature is in front of you. Person or animal to prescribe treatment. And about the second. He is a very peculiar person, and often does not notice his rudeness, and I can assure you that he did not want to offend you. Nedzu remained silent in response and they left the hospital, finally heading home. It's about 14 o'clock. Nedzu and Izuku are sitting in their rooms. Nedzu's head almost laying on the computer while Izuku writing something in his notebook, and glances at the computer frequently. Now he had a plan in his head to build an agency, but in order to hire heroes there, he needed to know them. The example was a past vigilante, as well as several teenagers he knew who had just graduated from Shikatsu Arua.
Suddenly a very interesting idea came into Izuku's head. Putting down the phone and taking the computer with him, he came to Nedzu. The door was immediately opened for him, and sitting down on Nedzu's bed, Izuku began to speak. Nedzu, I want to show you something, Izuku said, turning on a website with education on his computer. Now, you can start choosing which path you will take next. I would like to get a teaching degree, and perhaps a biological one.
Is there a reason for this? I don't think I want to tell. But I also would like to work as a hero behind the scenes. It will be very difficult to work with my anatomy in the field. You're right. You know, I can discuss this with my close friend, who is close to Miss President. As far as I know, such an exam exists, but it is not popular, so it is very rarely performed. I'll discuss this, okay. For now, you can start with the teaching job. I will show you. After an hour or so, they had Nedzu fully logged into the system, now on his personal computer, and Izuku left Nedzu with his education, returning to his room. In fact, the creation of the agency was still in doubt. Izuku already had people in mind who could be hired, but for now he would find the right building until he received permission from the commission. It took a lot of time, but he also needed to find the territory in case no building suited him. Of course, building from scratch was even more difficult and took more time, but it would have been worth it. Izuku was thinking about building an agency in the neighboring house, which is for sale right now, and connecting the territories. But this idea went into the box, since in the event of an attack by conventional villains, not only the estate would have suffered, but also the other residents living nearby. The idea of building an agency not far from his fellow hero Inferno also came into his head. He was an explosive guy. It seems that for the first 5 years of his heroic work he worked for Endeavor, but soon left, founding his own agency. Inferno had a demon quirk. This gave him horns, tall and massive, that could shoot balls of fire, as well as a small tail with a rather sharp end. They haven't communicated for a long time. Everyone had their own work, things to do. If Izuku remembers, Inferno even found himself a wife, with whom he seems to still live.
Demos. Glad to hear from you, buddy, answered an energetic and rude voice at the same time. Inferno, is there still territory left near your agency? Oh, I finally hear the real Demos. Get right to the point, about the question. Yes, this area is free. So, have you decided to build an agency? Yes, something happened. What you thin I think it's better for you to come. Maybe our very picky Demos won't like it.
Yes, I understood. When can I arrive? You can even come tomorrow. Then we'll meet tomorrow. He and Inferno didn't need goodbyes. At least for Demos, because they would meet tomorrow, and no one was offended when the other hung up without goodbye. Izuku sighed and got out of bed, put his laptop aside and walked through the door adjacent to his room, the bathroom. He went to the mirror, and leaning on the sink, examined himself. He looked tired. Bags under the eyes, tangled white hair that has long lost its green tint. His eyes were dim. Of course, they lost their brightness after their mother's death. It closed and stopped opening, but now, they looked dead. Izuku pushed himself away from the mirror. He sank to the floor, curling up into a ball. He didn't like his dead appearance. He didn't want to look like a corpse, like he was dead. It made him feel panicky, like he'd finally done what he'd wanted his entire teenage life. He felt desperation on the other side of him. He's lucky that he now has people to take care of who will be upset about Izuku's death. After sitting for a few more minutes and driving away all thoughts, he stood up with determination and took a comb and began to comb his hair. It was easy enough, since his hair only reached his shoulder blades, and the comb did not cause him much discomfort. After washing his face, he looked healthier. Nodding to himself, Izuku walked out of the bathroom, looking around his bedroom.
It was large, with a queen-size bed that stood directly opposite the door, in the middle of the wall. On each side of the bed there were nightstands with lamps. On the right side of the room there was a huge closet built into the wall. To the left of the door there was a small sofa with an adjacent coffee table and a tall lamp. On the other side of the door was a large shelving unit filled with books and small trinkets. Sighing, he took his laptop from the bed and sat down on the sofa, starting one of his works, analysis. After enough time, he glanced at his watch.
Well, it's time for him to get to work. Tying his hair into a bun, Izuku changed into his hero attire. Still, he still needs to properly protect the streets. Chapter 9. Chapter Notes. And again, thank you for all your kudos. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It was about 6 a.m. Symbolic, isn't it? Izuku, Nedzu and Akeo-san were standing not far from the coffin that contained the dead hero. Many heroes of the dungeon stood next to them, and not only that. For example, his very friend who became a hero named Kuroshi lowered his head and, apparently, was trying with all his might not to cry. There were also several officers from the police who often worked with the dead hero. Opposite the heroes, on the other side of the coffin, stood relatives. His beloved daughter and wife along with his father-in-law who mourned his father, husband and son-in-law. It was nothing like his mother's funeral. Then, a few years ago, only he came, and the Bakugo family, in general 3 people, not counting the priest and several gravediggers standing against the wall in the room. Ahead, on the stage, a priest appeared, holding a candle in his hands.
So they began to take turns talking about how good 6 bullets, or Dadashi-ri, was. It was Damos's turn to pour out his soul, and after accepting the candle, Izuku stood in front of the coffin. 6 bullets, we were comrades, you were a good person, but I'm sorry that we didn't get to know each other better and didn't become real friends. Izuku said, and together with Nedzu, who never said a word, they left, leaving sad relatives.
In fact, deaths and funerals of heroes occurred almost every day, and unfortunately, at the very end of the ceremony, only relatives remained. Wives, grandmothers, children, brothers or sisters, parents, but there was never a single hero left who was not close relatives, since, obviously, they still have to save the world today. Izuku and Nedzu drove home in silence. Everyone had their own thoughts and reasoning, and for them it was normal. They didn't feel the need to talk to each other all the time, because even when they were close, they still knew that they were not alone. Each of them made their way into the house. Izuku was wandering around in his office, and Nedzu went with his laptop into the living room, on the sofa, again completing the task that Izuku gave him the night before when he returned from the raid. The clock showed 9 in the morning, and after warning Nezu, Demos, in his hero costume, left to meet Inferno. Demos, my beloved comrade. Come in, would you like some tea? Of course you do. How are you doing? Inferno began to bury him with questions, while Izuku tried to refuse, trying to get straight to the point. Inferno, I'm glad we met, but let's discuss important matters. Yes, go away old man. I know this. So, remind me then why you're here by the way. Inferno said, sitting down opposite Izuku in his chair while Izuku sat on the couch. Territory for building my personal agency. Izuku reminded, now remembering the difficulties in communicating with such a person as Inferno. No, of course, he was a positive and quite good person, but he also really loved small talk about nothing, and because of this, sometimes he had to break it off and immediately get down to business.
In essence, Inferno was one big conspirator. He always charmed his victims into saying whatever he wanted them to say when they relaxed. Exactly, I remembered. Let's go check out the place, my friend, Inferno said, rising from her chair and leaving the office without looking back. Demos obviously followed him. They went to the neighboring site from the agency, which was located behind the fence. Demos looked at Inferno questioningly.
Yes, this is also my territory, Inferno confirmed, and Demos himself came out in the middle, gradually spinning around, inspecting the area. The area was large enough to build an agency, and not a small one, and so it suited him. I think this is the right place, Demos said, already approaching Inferno. They went back to the office and sat down in their seats again. Inferno took out the documents from the drawer, handing them to Demos. After reading the document several times, Midoriya signed the papers. Inferno gave a few more, and now this land was completely considered his. Wait, what about payment? Demos asked, already taking out his phone to transfer money. Inferno raised his palm to stop Demos. The older hero's face suddenly became serious and lost its laughter. No, I owed you a long time ago. I think this is a good gift. You saved my life, Demos. Inferno answered completely seriously, and Izuku gave in. Okay, I'll give in to you. Izuku answered, and got up from the sofa and left, leaving the hero alone in the room. This memory immediately came to his mind, and it was reflected by pain in his chest. After all, a lot of people died that day.
This was one of the hostage raid missions involving human trafficking, which is considered an incredibly serious crime. He walked quickly through the building, inspecting every room, overtaking the rubble and rescuing civilians from under it. Everything came under fire, and Electro could jump out from every corner. This villain has gained a reputation as an engineer. It had a gun-like emitter that shot electricity. Also, he could throw electric bombs that paralyze the victim and deprive him of hearing and vision for a few seconds, which was a very powerful weapon. It was confirmed that Electro designed all these things absolutely himself, which is where his name and status came from.
The rooms were similar to each other, except one had a metal door. Running up, he opened his eyes to a literal microwave that consisted entirely of material that retains heat. Also, there was a metal chair in the middle of the room that looked disgusting, with a huge amount of already dried blood and flesh. Demos's eyes darted around the room. He saw that same Electro along with Inferno, who froze in place and was barely breathing while the villain was delivering a monologue. Also, the hostages sat behind in fear, huddled in a corner and hugging each other. When Electro said the last word and began to aim, Izuku ran into the hero with all his might, knocking him down. The paralyzed hero fell to the floor with a dull thud, while Demos quickly jumped up, overtaking the villain from behind, and hit him in the back of the head with the butt of his gun. The villain lost consciousness. They handcuffed him and took him to Tartarus so that this would not happen again. On this day, 60% of all hostages and victims who were caught up in this adventure were mortally wounded, and of the heroes, only Demos, Endeavor and Inferno survived. All the others died along the way or in the hospital itself. They were just lucky that there were 8 heroes on this mission, and not 15, as they had originally planned. With that memory in mind, Izuku drove home in a relatively good mood. He was greeted at the door by Nezu, who would have immediately raised an eyebrow at Izuku's behavior. Of course, if only he had one.
Izuku tactfully ignored the Ermin's gaze and diverted his attention with tea and a new Zanyan. Sitting in the library with tea, Izuku left Nedzu alone for a few minutes and returned with the board and chess. Nedzu, I'll teach you how to play chess. After many hours had passed, they came out at 7-3 in Izuku's favor. Then they analyzed the constitution in detail, wrote down what did not suit them, and discussed it.
They sat for an unknown amount of time, drinking tea and discussing many topics. Suddenly, the gate rang. Of course, none of them were expecting anyone, and it was unexpected for both. Izuku stood up from his chair and hobbled towards the fence while Nedzu watched warily from the window, holding the phone with the number already dialed. When Midoriya opened the door, Wada-kun appeared in front of him, his colleague from the library and, as it turned out, a hero. Izuku recognized this because Wada-kun was standing in front of him, but only in a hero costume. For the first few seconds, Wada-kun looked at him vaguely, as if trying to understand what was in front of him, but after a few seconds he came to his senses and began to speak. Midoriya-san, I would like to ask you for help, admitted Wada-kun frankly with red eyes. You know what? I'm not going to fucking ask where you got my address from, why you came to me dressed like a hero, and why you were crying, Izuku said, and rubbing the bridge of his nose, he walked away from the gate to let Wada-kun enter. I asked the boss for your address, and the boss gave it to me after learning about the reason. And I cried because. He answered and walked inside, accepting the invitation, immediately widening his eyes from the huge estate in front of him. I understand. I have a day off today. Izuku muttered the last words, and leading the man around the house and coming to his office. Demos points to the chair opposite his desk and raises an eyebrow questioningly.
Wada-kun carefully sits down on the chair, clutching a small sports bag in his hands. After a few seconds, he collects his thoughts and notices Izuku's eyebrow. This prompts him to speak. I didn't say, but I graduated from UA, and I want to work in my profession, in general. Accept me as an intern. He almost screams the last part, and very quickly closes his eyes, afraid of the answer. For the first few seconds, Izuku just stares. Like, what the fuck?
After this, he quickly shakes himself up and realizes what is happening, looking at his colleague, who asked someone almost his age to accept him as an intern. Stop. Why? Why do you know that I'm not a civilian? Izuku asks with interest, and a manic gleam appears in his eyes. The boss told me about this when he gave me your shifts in the library, he answered honestly. After these words, the sparkle in Midoriya's eyes disappeared, and his eyes became emotionless again. Well, maybe he just seemed it. You're a hero, right? What is the name of your hero? And remind me of your full name. Izuku asked, calming down. Vegetation hero. Evergreen. And also Wada Yasuo, sir. Evergreen answered enthusiastically. Okay. That's good. Look, unfortunately, I don't have an agency. I just bought the territory and didn't even have time to contact the construction company. I haven't done anything, and I don't know if this will suit you. I'm not against this. Younger hero said embarrassedly, hiding his eyes. I'm glad. But, did you know that I'm an underground hero? And almost no agencies will accept my internship as a basis for which you are a good employee. Yes, I know. You said that you had a plan and wanted to build an agency as such, and in fact, after working with you at the library, I realized how good a leader you would be for me. I want to work in the dungeon, but also go on missions as a rescue. This would be best for me. And after the internship, I would like to continue working with you. Evergreen answered, finally looking into Izuku's eyes.
This is frank, I'll be honest. Look, I work at night as a patrol officer and often go on raids, also sometimes on missions with my good colleagues. Does this suit you? Absolutely, sir, Evergreen shouted and saluted. Do you have papers? Izuku asked, taking out a pen. Of course, said Wada-kun and pulled out a lot of papers from his bag. Well, hell. Having signed and read all the documents, Evergreen was officially considered a trainee of the Pro Hero Demos. After a few more minutes of discussion, they decided that Wada-kun would live in his house and come to Izuku during the day, and go on patrols and sometimes raids at night. Okay, let me introduce you to someone, Izuku said, getting up from chair and leading Evergreen with him, sometimes looking back. The young hero looked at the interior with interest. He felt as if he was in a museum. Arriving at a more atmospheric library,
Wada-kun saw a rodent sitting on a table reading a book, with tea nearby and a game of chess already played. The mammals immediately turned their ears in their direction and tensed, looking almost predatorily at the hero, who cowered under his gaze. Izuku-sensei, do we have a new neighbor? The animal asked with interest, stopping looking at them. No, but a new intern. Anyway, Averagreen, this is Nedzu. Nedzu, this is Averagreen. Izuku said quickly and walked further into the room. Yasuo had to follow him, because he was just visiting his boss. Wada-kun, do you have any sportswear? Any will be okay, Midoriya said, stopping by Nedzu and leaning his elbows on the table. No, just my suit. Evergreen said and looked at himself. He was wearing a tight t-shirt, loose cargo pants with pockets, and knee-high boots with fur at the top. He had small gloves on his hands that hid his fingers so as not to accidentally activate his quirk. There was armor on the shoulders that covered most of the forearm. The armor was also built into the t-shirt and under the pants. He had a belt, along with a small compartment with essentials, such as bandages.
He had a headband of plants on his head, which he constantly updated with the help of his quirk. The entire costume consisted of dark turquoise and green tones, which looked harmonious with each other with his bright green eyes and brown hair color, which turned into blonde at the end. The experiment at the age of 13, and he liked it so much that after several years he still continued to tint his hair.
His quirk was a 5-point quirk. On any surface, with all 5 fingers touching, he could grow plants of any kind. For example, cactuses or flowers. Also, he could cultivate medicinal plants or herbs to help a person. Of course, the plants did not live long. A maximum of 15 to 20 minutes, after which they died, leaving behind either ashes or rotten roots. Midoriya also openly stared at Evergreen's clothes, and after a few seconds he spoke. Okay, in any case, we need to test your abilities. Let's go, Izuku said, leaving the library and heading towards the exit. Yasuo, of course, went after him. Demos led him outside, behind the house, onto a grassy area and stood up. Wada followed his example, standing opposite. After a few seconds, Izuku began to actively attack while Yasuo tried to level himself in the fight, although Demos already had an advantage over him. Yasuo was able to recover and follow Demos, but Midoriya suddenly grabbed him and put him on his shoulder blades, looking down at him menacingly. Better than a lot of people, but not good enough for you. Tell me, where did you study again? I graduated from UA a few months ago, sir. Evergreen wheezed while lying on the ground. I understood. Why did you study to be a hero? What?
Why did you take up this profession? Izuku asked, standing in front of Yasuo with bright green, poisonous eyes. I wanted to save everyone. Is this the only thing you fight for? Yes. What's wrong? Yasuo asked with eyes like a deer in headlights. Absolutely. Why did you decide that you could save everyone? At this rate, you will rot and die in a year. Demos answered impartially, turning his head towards the sun and ceasing to look at Yasuo.
Evergreen remained silent to this and simply looked at his legs in a sitting position. There was a long silence between them. I accepted you for an internship because I know that you will turn out to be a good hero. Your motivation is noble, I don't argue, but sometimes there will be times when you have to kill villains by accident or on purpose. You will have to see dead and innocent people who will not be able to defend themselves, and you will not be able to save them. You will destroy yourself over time. Demos said and fell silent, looking at Wada-kun again. He looked at his feet with mixed emotions on his face. Izuku recognized that face. Anger and sadness from hopelessness in what he is doing. Demos sighed and looked away again. In any case, you are accepted, and even more so, I have already signed the documents. Come tomorrow at 8 in the morning, bring regular sports clothes with you. Izuku said and left, leaving Yasuo behind, sometimes quietly looking back. He got up from the grass and, carrying his bag, left the estate with mixed feelings. On the one hand, they insulted him and accepted his reason as something stupid, but they also allowed him to continue down this path. Usually, they told him and he stopped. He was a handsome and sweet boy who respected everyone and followed the rules, walked the good path and never caused trouble. And often he was told one thing, no, or, yes, but was never given a choice in this. This gave freedom, but also held back, as if a person was accepting manipulation to force a person to choose what the other wanted. Well, Yasuo hopes this won't happen to him. Evergreen hopes that Midoriya-san has enough conscience not to do such a thing. After the discussion with Yasuo, all the juice seemed to drain from Izuku. He was squeezed out like a lemon, and the only thing left was to lie in bed or sit on the sofa and just sleep. A plan for tomorrow appeared in my head. Perhaps he will gain strength and go to the old house. Or will he call the builders? Maybe go grocery shopping and have a day at home.
Teach Nedzu something new. He will make a decision after his patrol, but for now you can sleep a few hours before. Unfortunately, his sleep was interrupted by sounds from the kitchen, as if someone was right now destroying his personal kitchen. Izuku jumped up from the sofa in his office and ran to the kitchen. Nothing was there. I mean, everything was in place as they had left it, and there was nothing that stood out, except for the slightly open cutlery cabinet.
Izuku sighed and went to his room. Such moments have already happened, but the ghosts have not yet recovered from their pranks. Or, no one didn't do anything, and he just have hallucinations. With these thoughts Izuku fell asleep. Chapter end notes. In that chapter Izuku is really tired man, I am sorry. Actually I am sorry. I always feel lazy when I need to translate chapter, and it stays in my telephone for days or weeks. Chapter 10. Chapter notes. Thank you for all your kudos. With them I can understand that you like this fic. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After some days, in the morning, Izuku and Nedzu met in the kitchen, on the same time as always. After a minute Nedzu start to talk. Do you remember the university, where I am studying? Of course. Why? Izuku answered, and looked at Nedzu. At the same time Nedzu didn't smile, just simply kept a neutral expression on his face. Some of my supervisors, who give me assignments, said that I was completing the course incredibly quickly, and said that if I finished it in a month and a half or earlier, they could give me a job. Or rather, a part-time job. I will have to create these tasks for people like me. I also want to find a part-time job. I already had a thought about this.
This is a very good idea, Nedzu. I think that I can understand your zeal for work and independence. Right, thank you. In that words Nedzu has smiled with the warmest smile in his arsenal. I also want to leave the house today. Nedzu added, waving a spoon in the now empty cup. Of course, but I have a condition. Izuku said, and stood up from the table and leaving for his office.
He comes back after a minute, with a simple on-the-view watches. This is a watch with a tracker and a panic button. I wore them for the first few months I met Akeo-san, and then I just stopped wearing them. Just give me a minute to program it a little. Having shown and given the watch to Nedzu, he left again. Around 30 minutes, Nedzu drank tea and reading one of the books that always was on the table. It was more difficult than I thought, but I ended. So right now you can go. Thanks, and I'd like to leave right now. I won't be far, I'll just take a walk. Nedzu said, and getting up from the table, he left it, locking the door. An hour later, Izuku started making calls to construction companies. As a result, he contacted the Draco company, which specialized specifically in the construction of heroic agencies, since they are inherently different from any other buildings. A hero agency must consist of at least 2 floors and a basement, a fenced area, and the building itself must consist of special material. It seems that the joke was that the bricks were not ordinary, they were made with an admixture of metals, which completely protected the building, and were tolerant to many quirks. For example, a quirk of electricity or water. Unfortunately, not every company was able to do this. There were several of them, Draco, which we already talked about, Gyuko, and Renga. There was also a thing, that, Gyuoko, built buildings more for support heroes, with many rooms that were aimed at internal defense rather than external.
And, Renga, specialized rather in the construction of special complexes of houses for heroes, in which they can live after a year of work. Well, all of them could make a hero agency how he wants, but it will end it more expensive. Of course, there was another popular company, that built hero agency, but unfortunately, of all of them, the most expensive and high quality was Draco. As it turns out, he must personally meet with the director after tomorrow to begin discussing the drawings that will be given to him to choose from.
Unfortunately, he was never a good engineer. Designing a new gadget for your quirk. Certainly. But he often had a problem, that he thought it through, and the support engineers could not understand it, or the idea itself was impracticable and therefore he often had to redo his work, or with grief in half, build a prototype, according to which they built a fully working one gadget. With a sigh, Izuku pulled down his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. With the appearance of Nedzu in his life, everything became too eventful. Now he has an intern, will soon have his own agency, and he still needs to recruit staff, which he has no idea where to look for. No, of course, he had thoughts of spreading rumors in the dungeon so that people and heroes would begin to gravitate towards him, but he would not be able to play only on the heroes, he would need police officers, cooks, cleaners and a lot of other personnel. For the first few seconds, Izuku stared at the computer, but he came to life and began writing something furiously. Or rather, he published an article about recruiting employees in some underground forums and on the Heroic Forum, in which either heroes sat or nearby civilians ready to work with them. Of course, this was also dangerous to some extent, because the aspiring hero could hire a villain, which would be very bad for himself and the other heroes who would work there. Because in order to register on this forum, you need to provide documents and undergo inspection by the police, being checked almost every month for the presence of illegal activities. Putting aside his plans for the agency, he checked his email. Sure, there was a lot of spam or stupid jokes from his fellow heroes, but there was also a new order from a new hero, Eon.
It seemed like he had debuted just 3 months ago in the Underground Heroic, which was rare, but he wouldn't say it was such a rare event. As he knows, many heroes of the Underground do not survive even 3 days, and die from the villain on the second day of their patrol. Such statistics were incredibly sad, but everyone except the daytime heroes is simply expendable. Well, that sounds pretty sad, doesn't it? Yes. That's all he thinks of it.
Izuku sighed and began to read. Eon had a psychic quirk called cyber vision. All his life he sees like a computer, with constant analysis of what is happening right in front of his eyes, such as calculating the distance between objects, and he can also see evidence, such as traces of bullets or very small drops of blood that are difficult for an ordinary person to notice. Due to this, Eon has already gained a reputation as a detective, as his brain and quirk have helped in missions or investigations many times. In fact, this quirk was very annoying in everyday life, when vision automatically focuses on something, and until Eon figures out what it is, he will not take his eyes off it. Questions began to flow through Izuku's head. How did Eon realize about his quirk? After all, there are often times when a person is not aware of his quirk, believing that everyone has the same vision or hearing. What kind of memory does he have? Probably a photographic one. Can he independently put the information into his library, with analyses? Does it have internal communications or computer bits? What do his thoughts look like? Can he turn off his brain and move literally automatically? Does it even have such a function? Does it have functions like a computer? Izuku actively began to write down all his ideas in a notebook, while simultaneously thinking about the reason why Eon wrote to him. Well, many people write for various reasons. Some people are really interested in learning more about the power of their quirk, some are simply interested in its structure or biology, some want to do it for fun, some do it because of the pressure of their fellow heroes who are so actively promoting it that young heroes they cannot come to terms with this weight, and they go to him for help just to fall behind. This arrangement of affairs made it a little difficult for Izuku to work. It was much more pleasant to do the work for someone who would actually use these tips or facts, or at least accept them quite strictly and understandingly. In this area, in fact, there were many prejudices that did not allow you to form your own opinions or thoughts.
As Izuku remembers, even at the beginning of his studies at Shiketsu, there were many rumors that he got there only because of his rich parents or connections, but as soon as it turned out that they were dead, all questions dropped and they began to ignore him. This helped him finish his studies calmly, but his mother's death still hurt him. Yes, his mother was overprotective and any exit from the house alone was considered a breath of air, but he still tried not to upset her and work as best as possible.
He doesn't remember his father, and he doesn't need to. This man never appeared in his life in all 19 years of his life. But even if he's dead, Izuku doesn't feel anything. He frankly doesn't care that at first he might seem narcissistic. Like, it was this guy who shared his sperm with his mother, because of him Izuku was born, and now he should say thank you, right? No, of course, sometimes Izuku thinks that his father might be somewhere nearby, or that he has already talked to him, but Izuku always considered such thoughts in his head to be complete stupidity, forcing himself not to give in and scolding himself for it. Well, He probably needs a therapist. Sighing for the 10th time this hour, Izuku went to his bedroom, changed into his swimming trunks, grabbed a towel and went down to the basement of his house. Down there was a jacuzzi and sauna along with a small gym that did some important strength training for Izuku. Climbing into the jacuzzi, he began to truly relax during these 2 weeks of living with Nezu. And what is there? For many months. Unfortunately, with his works it is not often possible to calmly relax and just get high. After sitting in the jacuzzi for about an hour, he went to the sauna, and he didn't care that in common sense it should be the other way around. Coming out of the sauna, he washed himself and went upstairs to his room. Looking at his watch, he saw the time and quickly changed into sportswear and sat down on the sofa.
10 minutes later the gate rang again and it was obvious who it was. Getting up from the sofa, Izuku walked to the gate, and without hesitation opened the door. Behind her, of course, was Evergreen, a new intern, and after letting him in, they began an already thought-out routine. The first week they will do gymnastics and dance. On the second they will practice combat and speed, and on the third they will finally be able to go on patrol together.
But this didn't make Izuku happy, like Yasuo, for example. Demos worked on his own, rarely teaming up with other heroes on patrols and preferring to only occasionally go on missions or raids. And now he has an intern who has only been on patrol 3 times and has no experience. Well, Demos is sure that during these patrols he will not have any rest. Basically, as usual. At the end of the exercises they moved on to dancing duels. Their essence was to use dance to knock your opponent off his feet or make him stop. In the end, Demos ended up on the floor due to his absent-mindedness, but he was still incredibly proud. Well done, you're moving much faster than I thought, Midoriya said, getting up from the grass. All thanks to you, sir. In any case, I suggest taking a shower and drinking my favorite tea. Nezu is now on a walk. Before he had time to finish, the gate rang.
Izuku opened them with confidence and was greeted by Nezu, who looked tired and happy at the same time. Raising one eyebrow, Izuku let the rodent in anyway, walking away from the gate and returning to Yasuo. Evergreen nodded, and together they walked out of the backyard and into the kitchen. There, Nezu, having already changed his clothes, sat on the table and drank one of the soothing teas. Demos left the kitchen to change into clean clothes and also sent Evergreen to the shower, throwing clean pants and a t-shirt at him along with slippers. Shrugging his shoulders, Yasuo went into the shower, but apparently returned earlier than Midoriya, and came face to face with Nezu. Nezu-san. Nice to see you, Evergreen said awkwardly, shrinking. I am also glad. What kind of tea do you prefer? Nezu asked, standing a little on the table. I like mint tea, although lavender is also good. A good choice to relax. Nezu answered, and got up from the table, moved a chair to the headset, and turning on the kettle, calmly sat down on the chair. How was a walk? It was informative and active. After that they spent time in silence. A minute later, Izuku came down, and together with the tray they went out to the gazebo. Sitting down, they began a casual conversation about this and that. Along the way, discussing Yasuo's training, Izuku's plan for the agency. Nezu, of course, kept up the conversation, but for the most part remained silent about his affairs, looking very suspicious. After receiving several glares from Demos, Nezu still didn't open up. Well, at least the younger hero didn't notice this. Little by little, the sunset began to appear from behind the fence, which shone very beautifully and was reflected in the windows of the estate. A minute later, Evergreen came to his senses and jumped up from his seat. I have to go now, but do you want to take a photo? Yasuo asked, as if he had read Izuku's thoughts. Nezu, do you mind? Midoriya asked, turning his head towards the rodent. Everything looked normal, but the constant tapping of his paw showed what Nezu was feeling. But despite his fear, he agreed, standing next to Izuku. Demos picked up Nezu, who was surprised for a second, but immediately assumed a friendly look. Across from them, Wada-kun was already taking pictures of them, and soon the 3 of them took a selfie. I have to run. I'll send you pictures, sir, Yasuo shouted and ran away. By that time the sun had completely disappeared and the moon appeared in its place. I think it's time for us to go rest, Izuku said, and after releasing Nezu, they went into the house. They spent the evening in peace and watching documentaries about quirks. Chapter end notes. I want to say, that this is one of my favorite chapters just because of information, my opinion. The next chapter will gonna show us the reason of Nedzu's strange behavior. Well, oh hope that I will didn't go out of my plans. BTW. I have a Twitter, where I'm posting my cat web links T=UE_H3NUNBH3LRBKULZ 4 grams and S=09. Chapter 11 Chapter Notes. Yay. I made it. Actually, I wanted to post this chapter yesterday, but my internet says no. Nedzu walked out from behind the gate, heading south, which should essentially be the center of the city, with many shops, a beautiful park and several attractions, which he learned about when he and Izuku looked through the area on the map, so that if something happened, Nedzu knew where they lived not only geographically, but also the street name or house number. They lived in the middle area. There isn't much crime, but it certainly doesn't feel safe at times, which opens up the question of why Izuku didn't choose a safer place to live. No, of course, this estate was huge, and it is likely that at the very beginning when it was first built, it was in one of the most protected areas, but if you think logically, then soon with the war of fads and the restructuring of society, both vigilantes and villains appeared, which most likely captured part or all of this area, which led to devastation throughout Japan, including here. The houses nearby were no worse, the same mansions or mini-castles that hardly stood out from each other. But after a few houses the situation changed. Very simple houses began to appear, with 1 or 2 floors at most, although in appearance many of them looked decent and well-groomed. The thought crossed Nedzu's mind to ask Izuku about what was going on in the worst area in Musutafu, the red light district filled with bandits, murderers, drug addicts and alcoholics. Of course, Nedzu didn't even think about going there, but his interest still grew every minute that he thought about it. It's dangerous, screamed his mind, to which he, as always, obeyed, leaving his idea for the next day or week. Maybe he'll ask Akayo-san or Izuku. After half an hour, Nedzu finally reached a beautiful park that he had wanted to visit for a long time. Sitting down on one of the benches, he took out a small book from his coat, which he had unknowingly taken with him a few days ago, and obviously simply did not put it out. Which, of course, was not his style. In principle, he almost never forgot anything, but it was quite possible that Izuku distracted him with his conversations. A few pages later, a detective book before bizarre times, which, by the way, were much more interesting than those they write now. After reading a few more pages, he began to violently feel eyes on the back of his head and figure. Furious, as if the man wanted to burn a hole in him. Having lowered his thoughts about literature, Nedzu raised his head and at another sound, his ears automatically turned towards the sound, temporarily forgetting about the strange observer. It seemed to be coming from behind the bushes, which were quite far from his bench, but contrary to his wonderful hearing, he heard a certain shuffling on the ground. It was as if someone was trying to dig the ground with their nose or paw, accidentally touching the bushes. Looking around, Nedzu would not see a soul, which was logical. It is now 10 in the morning on Tuesday. At this time many young and not so young people are at work, and children or teenagers are at school, kindergartens or playgrounds. It's just that such a beautiful park didn't have more than one playground, which was suspicious, but after all, there are quite a few such parks. Having calmed himself, Nedzu stared at the bush for a few more minutes, behind which there was still the distinct sound of digging. Getting up from the bench, Nedzu walked along the road as calmly as possible with all his might, so as not to frighten off an animal or a person, pretending that he had heard absolutely nothing. When he was 5 steps away from him, and 2 human ones, he suddenly felt a tangible smell of danger, as if the creature behind the bush was a dangerous predator, stronger and faster than Nedzu. He looked ostentatiously at his watch, as if checking the time, but in fact putting together in head everything that Izuku had taught him in case of suspicion of being pursued for murder or robbery. They either arrived recently or just now. Before this I had only heard birds. Could it be that by concentrating too much on the book I didn't notice them? In this case, they moved incredibly quietly, or came from a different entrance. In any case, my hypothesis needs to be tested. Nedzu thought, and walked in a different direction, closer to the edge of the park, being on guard every second, ready to run or press the button. As he walked with seemingly calm steps, there was a sultry fear inside him that right now he would be caught again, like that time in the laboratory when he was unable to escape. From behind, again, small rustling noises were heard, as if the creature was also continuing to follow him, while he was trying to speed up his pace. The rustling noises were getting louder, and, well, in front of him is a small rat that he almost stepped on, already good. Hello. Nedzu said, squatting down to get a better look at his new friend. The rat remained silent in response, but squeaked several times. Surprisingly, Nedzu understood what she said. You have been followed for a long time. I got it, thank you. But, how do you know that I will understand you? Nedzu asked, almost whispering and half chirping. Brother. The rat squeaked and sneezed, pouring out its muzzle, getting into the gopher pose. Let's go. Nedzu said and carefully continued moving, again paying attention to the look that remained on him all this time. The rat squeaked affirmatively at this, and Nedzu walked in the opposite direction from the house, as Izuku taught him. Don't let the stalker show you where you live or bring him to your home. Like a good brother, Nedzu always listened to Izuku's instructions, remembering every word. The rat still seemed to continue following him. At some point, she turned towards the house and began to walk, chirping, calling for Nedzu. He, of course, followed her, remaining a little behind to pretend that the rat was simply running in front of him. Soon they entered an alley. The mouse climbed behind the crown and struck Nedzu. He, hearing the approach, moved the cardboard away and, upon entering, put it back. Turning around, he saw a very small concrete room, along with a small hatch on the floor and several bags of garbage, a small desk, and also on the wall there was a map of pipes and sewers that ran under their city, even reaching their estate. Also, some places on it were marked with a cross dot, as if these places were dangerous, unlike others. Most of them were located directly under the red light district. The footsteps behind the cardboard wall became louder until they reached their climax, and felt like they were standing right behind the cardboard. After what seemed like an eternity, the footsteps began to move away, as if a person was leaving an alley. Nedzu was still standing right at the entrance, trying not to make the slightest movement, so as not to contribute to another appearance of this stranger. Who knows, maybe he has a hearing quirk that can detect any noise he makes. After a few minutes, Nedzu and the rat finally looked at each other, and Nedzu managed to get the words out. So, what is this place? He asked carefully, squatting down again to be on the same level as the rat. At this, several garbage bags began to move, and rats began to emerge from them, either larger or smaller than the one that brought him. Each one began to squeak something, as if trying to conduct a normal dialogue with him, but a small rumble came from above and a rather large cat with rat ears and frequent bald spots all over her body jumped down from above. Wait, why does she look so familiar to him? Wait. Minnie? Asked Nedzu, not knowing where he remembers this name from. Yeah, you're lucky that I have the rat mutation. I thought you were dead. To this Minnie remained silent. Memories that had never appeared before immediately appeared in Nedzu's head. When he first appeared in the laboratory, he was immediately observed by 5 people who constantly recorded his vital signs and sometimes poked him with needles. That day he was allowed to leave his cage for general gathering of all the creatures that were there. Then he met Minnie, who, just like him, was sad about being in this place. I mean, everyone was. But only in her eyes he seemed the same mind as he have. After some time he approached her, awkwardly sitting down next to her, from the pain in his legs, where blood had already begun to seep through the bandages. The cat-mouse looked at him with some sadness, but didn't say a word when the doctors came and dragged her inside the building. After that, they saw each other several more times, but all other memories were obscured by a fog that he could not blow away. Well, this was the first and only friend in this laboratory that he forgot about. I see questions in your eyes. Why'd I hardly remember you? Nedzu asked carefully. I think this is because I told you something that the doctors noticed and erased your memory. Nedzu definitely kept this line in his head for the future, but wished not to delve into it further just yet. Again, I thought you were dead. No, I got out of that place a few months before you. But based on my information, this place was destroyed. Are you involved in this? I found a person who accepted me and helped me. Essentially, I did nothing but observed everything from a distance. This is good. These people, are they dead? The execution was cancelled a long time ago, and leaving them alive is the best punishment. But some were killed by a clone of the hero, whose corpse they wanted to donate for experiments. Nedzu answered coldly, finally getting up from his squat. What about our brothers? As I know, they couldn't stand it and everyone died except you and me. Nedzu answered sadly. I understood. In any case, you were being followed. You can go wherever you wanted or back to that person, but be safe, Minnie said, and was about to leave until Nedzu called out to her. Do you have a marker or pencil, for example? asked Nezu, carefully examining the map. Why do you need it? I want to put a mark at a place where you can come in case of a problem. Or just a place where you can find me. Nezu said, and before he could look back, one of the rats brought him a pencil. He took it, marked the place and moved away from the map. Minnie, how do you like the idea of seeing each other a few times in week? Well, you know, now I sometimes need information, and my new friends will help me find it. Nezu said, hinting that the rest of her clan would help him. You destroyed this laboratory, so. A favor for a favor. I agree, she replied, turning her back to Nezu. But after a few seconds she continued, I'll tell them to go patrol the territories, not all of them, of course. But come, if you need help, we are ready to help you, she said, and left the den. Of course, the rest of the rats and mice squealed affirmatively, and after saying goodbye to them, he left. Well, now he has new allies in neutral territory, which is good. At first they will definitely be useful to him. Sighing, Nezu finally left the alley, simultaneously thinking about his next adventure. After looking around the area, he noticed a small tea shop in the distance. Judging by the name, and looking into his pocket, he found several thousand yen, which would definitely be enough for a good cup of tea. Going inside, he saw a fairly cozy room with several tables and chairs, as well as a small bar behind which stood an old man. There were also plants everywhere that reminded him of Izuku and the mansion. Hello, would you like some tea? Asked the old man who noticed him. Of course. Nezu answered and sat down at one of the tables. Which one do you prefer? Asked the old man, turning to the teapot. Strong, for example Nuwara Aliyah. Do you have one? You were in Sri Lanka. The old man asked with interest, taking out a transparent jar with an infusion already familiar to Nezu from the top shelf. I'm afraid not, but my best friend has friends from there. That's why this tea appeared in his house. Your friend and you are very big fans of tea. I know only a few buyers who know or prefer Nuwara Aliyah over all others. Actually yes, I think that our blowing can be called that. Here's your tea, said the old man, approaching the table and putting down a saucer with a cup and a small teapot. Thank you, Nezu said and began to calmly drink tea, without rushing anywhere. After a few minutes of silence and calm, a man of about 50 in a suit, with purple-gray hair, square and black glasses, enters the building and sits down with Nezu. He doesn't mind, but why not? Hello, Koichi-san. We haven't seen each other for a long time, the man said, not paying attention to Nezu, to whom he sat down. How are you doing, Masaki-kun? Asked the old man, already turning away from them to different types of tea. Everything's okay. I'm glad to hear that. You can barely stand on your feet, you can go and rest. I'll stay here for about another hour and keep an eye on this place. Of course, I'll just leave tea for sir. I have a question. Nezu intervened in the conversation. Do you sell this tea? I still have a lot of reserves, you won't ruin me. Then how much does it cost? Minus 1,000 yen for an incomplete jar, said the old man, taking it out again and placing it in front of Nezu. Nezu gave the money and left the jar on the table so he could pick it up later. Wait, let me give you a bag, said the old man, and handed over a small green cardboard bag. Thank you. Nezu replied and continued drinking tea again. Well, only now he realized that for some unknown reason he bought another jar of the same tea that they already had. The old man seemed to calm down and went through the door deeper into the building. The man finally paid attention to Nezu, and after looking him over, began a dialogue. First time here? Yes, and you, as I understand it, are a frequent visitor? You're right. May I ask what brought you here? Well, this was all starting to sound as strange as possible, as if Nezu was a criminal from whom they were trying to extract information. Let's just say I'm a big fan of tea because of my best friend, Nezu replied, narrowing his eyes at the man. The atmosphere in the room changed to intense tension. It seemed as if they were in a verbal duel right now. I understand. And, do you have a good friendship? Why is he even asking this? I'm not complaining, but he can often be very anxious, Nezu said, finishing her cup and about to get up, but he was stopped by interest and the opportunity to talk to new people. The man looked at him as if he wanted to burn a hole in him. Wait. Why did it remind Nezu of that same look from the stranger in the park? Is it really possible that this 50-year-old man will be some kind of maniac or criminal? Nezu doesn't know why he didn't press the panic button on his watch then. Nezu isn't Nezu unless he tries to make small talk. And so, How do you like the atmosphere in this establishment? Nedzu asked cautiously, as if hinting at how, because of the older man, all the pleasant atmosphere had disappeared. At this, the man smirked and left the building. Shrugging his shoulders, Nedzu completely finished his mug and left the party, hoped that no one was following him, but only his paranoia very sultrily sang serenades about who exactly was watching him, which left him completely stressed until he approached the gate. Well, he became a lot calmer then. Chapter 12 Chapter Notes. Thank you for all your kudos. Nedzu didn't know what to expect from Izuku when he tells to him this story. Of course, on the first few seconds Izuku looked at him like he's a dumb and made the biggest mistake. Except now it was the morning after tomorrow, and with every second he thought about the situation, a small wrinkle appeared on Izuku's face. At the end he hit his head on the table. Well, this reaction is much softer than Nedzu himself expected, preparing for screams or curses from Izuku. Izuku seemed to be in a daze for about a minute and then finally raised his head from the table. Can you describe this man? Nedzu, of course, agreed and wrote down absolutely all the information in Izuku's notebook, which he had only recently gained access to. Izuku, of course, began to draw a full-length self-portrait, changing body parts or the size of eyes, glasses or muscles in principle. In the end, he ended up with a fairly similar drawing, according to Nedzu. Izuku sighed and, after taking a photo, Akayo-san instructed him to find such a person and keep an eye on him as much as possible. Wait, where's that can of tea? Izuku asked, putting away the phone and the pen from his mouth, which he often chewed during the analysis. I left it in my room. In fact, I don't even know why I bought it. Do you remember the address? Or, can you take me there? Why not? I remember the road and the area well. About your new friends. Can you ask them to monitor this building? Akayo-san and I have guesses about it. What kind of guesses? Nedzu asked with interest. You know, recently a group of drug dealers have appeared who are drugging ordinary grandparents in tea shops. Several of these restaurants Akayo-san and Eon were able to capture and imprison most of the group, only. This group is growing larger, as are the corpses that lie either in front of the house or several blocks away. What do you think? Izuku said, and was lost in thought. Maybe it can be poison. A good guess, but research has proven that it is more of a drug. Or rather, fentanyl, Izuku answered. It's addictive, right? It is also several times stronger than amphetamine or morphine. What about the species? Was it a pure drug or with impurities? Nedzu asked, writing down all the information. Clean, most likely. But, Izuku stopped and looked at Nedzu. Why do they take so long to die? They said almost simultaneously, but didn't even try to laugh. Instead, both of them had a strange gleam in their eyes. They kill them gradually, Nedzu said, almost jumping up from his chair, but calming down, he continued his thought. Most likely they are pumping up their grandparents gradually, forcing them to come more and more often. I'm afraid this still doesn't answer our question. Could it be that this was a deliberate murder? Well, the criminal waits and quickly melts with the victim, pouring him tea that already contains a lethal dose? No, then the old people would die right in the tea shop. What do you think their loved ones are saying? I don't know. Although, do you think we'll do our favorite thing? Izuku said, and stood up from the table, grinning. Nedzu did not answer, but shook his head with the same smile on his lips, and Izuku went to the second floor, to his personal office. At this time, Nedzu jumped up from his chair and quickly returned with a box of purchased tea, walked into Izuku's office and placed it on the table. He began to look at the metal can and, opening the lid, sniffed a little. Of course, as with fentanyl, this drug has absolutely no odor, because it is more of a powder, which can be a very big problem. We have -1 fact for it. But, how do you know what kind of drug was sold to the victims? Everything is simple, connections, one might say. I'm lucky that I have a good friend named Akayo-san. Izuku almost sang, but after coming to his senses, he sat down at the table and pulled up a small chair standing in the corner of the room to give Nedzu an overview and his personal space. Nedzu brought his computer with him, although not all of them, they would definitely need some files. Everyone sat down in their place, starting to work. Izuku started by hacking the files he was interested in, while Nedzu did the rest. Perhaps some were superfluous, but in this situation every piece of information is important. After some time, they both finished. Izuku quickly set up a table on the computer and began to fill out everything, along the way writing down questions and finding answers to them. So, Nedzu began to read everything. Apparently, they don't have a single whistleblower who could see the old woman entering the strange building. Nedzu concluded, turning to Izuku. You are right. What about relatives? No, only if they're very far away or dead. Does this mean that they chose old women as victims who they wouldn't look for? Izuku asked, but after a second his face lit up. No, they didn't give a large dose. These are old people. Drugs in any quantity are contraindicated for them. Izuku said and looked at the blank board that hung on the opposite wall. Getting up from his chair, he began to write down everything they had in order to correct all the information. Nedzu remained sitting on the chair, watching. Izuku, meanwhile, finished writing everything he remembered and walked away from the board to look at his scribbles. Of course, everything was encoded and, in fact, it was just a set of symbols, but only 2 people knew that this was far from true. Izuku looked at his watch and sighed. Well, I'm afraid that we will most likely have to stop our investigation. I will have a meeting about the agency, so I'll go change my clothes, and you can still delve into this matter, Izuku said, and left the room. A few minutes later, the front door slammed. Izuku rode his motorcycle, overtaking cars and people, occasionally stopping at traffic lights. In his costume he looked quite like a villain, but what can you do? Those were the rules. Although, of course, he could not have bothered and asked to take his ID with him, but that would have been too easy. Having reached a tall building, one of the interns immediately ran up to him, who sent demos to the parking lot behind the building. Leaving his motorcycle there, he was finally led inside the building. Having shown his identification and documents, he was allowed into the courtyard, from which he could enter any part of the building. Sighing, demos followed the signs, which, thanked Kami, were hung everywhere so that newcomers or strangers would not get confused. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor, where, judging by the text on the button, the director of Draco is located. After knocking on the largest door with a sign, he was led inside. Walking inside, Izuku immediately met the director's gaze. He was a fairly handsome man with blonde hair, gray eyes and wearing a black business suit. I guess, demos? He asked, looking boredly at the papers.
That's right, Takizawa-san. With these words, Izuku calmly sat down on the chair opposite the director's desk, while he looked at demos in shock. Perhaps I underestimated you. Takizawa whispered under his breath, not realizing that Izuku heard him perfectly well. Anyway, let's get down to business, Takizawa said, taking out a huge folder. Demos sighed in his head, not letting on that he was tired of the paperwork. Lord, he still has to deal with paperwork every time. What, in fact, was the most terrible thing in being hero? Nedzu sat at the same table where Izuku had left him, clicking on the computer and occasionally writing something into the table.
Izuku had already been gone for over an hour, which was quite natural for him. That busy hero with a lot to do, especially since he does it for their common goal.
They designated it a very long time ago. In addition to the common one, they are also separated by their own. Izuku's goal is almost unknown except that he wants to build an agency. For Nedzu, things are a little more complicated. He needs to get to the top as quickly as possible, overthrow the people in HPSC and, with luck, take over the world.
Well, this sounds very unprofessional and frivolous. This is true. Nedzu spun around in his chair with joy at having found the supposed suspect. Himself. And he doesn't care that the police don't know about it yet. He also found several more lawbreakers, whom he was able to imprison by sending information to the police. The first few times he sent on behalf of demos, for which he received gratitude via mail. He got tired of it and created his own page, continuing to find evidence. Sighing, Nedzu rose from his chair, beginning to examine the metal box himself. It didn't look the least bit suspicious, which was expected. No, of course, Nedzu does not believe that all these murders are being done by one small independent group that has just gained its popularity. You can observe how these people build their intrigues, which may indicate their nationality or, for example, a quirk. Could it be that this is a person with an invisibility quirk? This option was one of the most valid in their world and time. Having written it down on the board, Nedzu looked around the office itself. It was done in burgundy like most of the spaces in the estate. The color of the walls made the office seem very dark, if not for the plants that gave the place a better look. From the windows almost to the floor, behind the computer, there was a fence, for the most part. Also, the computer was higher than the rest of the room, meaning that the estate originally had 2 balconies, or that this particular location was the location for a small terrace above. Although this is probably an ordinary Urker. Such thoughts about the past usually helped Nedzu stabilize the thoughts that were floundering in his gray matter. After a while, Nedzu's thoughts returned to the strange man he had seen the day before. Somehow he looked very suspicious, but it also felt like Nedzu had already seen him. Stop. Could it be one of the lab employees who didn't show up that evening when the heroes raided the place? Sighing, Nedzu began to try to calm himself down as much as possible, using breathing exercises that he learned about from one of the books. Having calmed down, Nedzu went down to the kitchen to make himself some tea, leaving the metal box in the office. Demos came down the elevator from Director Draco's office with a good-sized folder, which he constantly moved in his hands, trying to contain his disappointment. In fact, he had very high expectations from this man. There were many legends about him in the dungeon, about his family and clan in general. You can also add his behavior at public events, which was mystical, and not the way a director of an expensive company would usually behave. In fact, everything turned out to be a little different. Takizawa-san was smart, that's true, but he mostly played a very naive and kind person, which could confuse people. Fortunately, for Demos everything was much easier. This man actually played his role like an actor on stage, which was very visible in his behavior and fear of misrepresentation, as evidenced by his long thinking, as if he was choosing words so as not to shoot himself. As he exited the building, the guards nodded to him and opened the gate as he exited the courtyard. Walking back into the parking lot, he stood for a few seconds, wondering where he should put this entire folder. After examining everything in his hands, he put the folder on the front basket and got on the motorcycle. Well, he will have to drive very carefully so as not to lose expensive papers. Returning home, he, thank God, did not lose a single piece of paper from the folder, and, having parked his motorcycle in the parking lot near the estate, went inside the house. Leaving the folder in the lower office, he walked further into the kitchen, where Nedzu was sitting calmly with a book on the history of mankind and technology. Interesting literature, nothing to say. Nedzu immediately raised his head and greeted with a small smile, continuing to drink tea and at the same time starting a dialogue. How did it go? Everything was better than I expected, and the contract was signed. He said that he would most likely have to wait a week or so for the workers to begin construction. Izuku replied, taking off his glasses, hood and jacket, making himself some tea and sitting down on the chair next to Nedzu. I guess he did it out of urgency. Well, you know, this is a big company and it seems logical that no one will do it the next day. Izuku grinned and Nedzu smiled sincerely. What about Yasuo-kun? He didn't come, right? Right. I assume he warned you? Certainly, in any case, I can tell from your face that you didn't waste your time. Izuku grinned, looking at Nedzu's laptop, which was lying in such a position that if you opened it right now, you could calmly start working. Nedzu returned the same smile, but remembering his days in the laboratory, his face suddenly became as emotionless as possible. At this, he of course received a questioning look from Izuku, who immediately noticed the change in his mood. The atmosphere in the room immediately became unfavorable, and Nedzu sighed, laying his head on the table. Izuku still remained silent, waiting for Nedzu to speak or share the problem with him. Remember that man? The one who suspected me of nothing. Nedzu carefully began the conversation. Izuku nodded, even though Nedzu couldn't see him, but he continued anyway, probably guessing Izuku's reaction. I'm sure he took part in experiments on me, and he seems so familiar to me. It's like we were old friends, but I only feel negative emotions from him. Izuku remained silent for a minute or so, and began to speak with a sad face. His files were not there when we looked through all the individuals associated with the laboratory, but, I have a guess. Do you remember well, the rest of the animals? Maybe there was something else that you forgot about? Izuku asked quietly, trying as much as possible not to push Nedzu, who was now in the worst possible mood. You mean he could be one of the animals that just took the form of a human? It's just a guess. But this may be the only explanation for the fact that he, apparently, knows you, since he tried to get information about me like that. We need to check the participants again. Maybe we missed something, Nedzu said, getting off his chair. Not really. Akayo-san also arrested everyone who wasn't in the lab that day. Fortunately, only the most unnecessary and stupid employees remained at home. But if it makes you feel better, then why not? Izuku asked, trying to calm Nedzu down. He, with determination on his face, went into Izuku's office. Demos stood up and looked back at the tea they had left behind. Leaving everything in the sink, he followed Nedzu, who was hard at work building something on the computer. Before Izuku could sit down in his chair, his phone beeped with a text message. Opening it, Izuku just stared at the phone for the first few seconds, but when he woke up, he looked at Nedzu, who turned his attention to Izuku. Well, we'll have to go investigate a murder that is likely linked to this group. I'll go too, Nedzu said, getting up from her chair. Then the mission to find the identity of this man will have to be postponed for some time. Why were we invited only now? In particular, they invited me as a guard, and I'm taking you with me with Akayo-san's permission. And, you know, after a few times when police officers died because of civilians, they started to trying to get more safe place in the territory, where they do work. Or maybe I can stop them to enter the territory. Izuku grinned kindly, not trying to offend Nedzu. Understood. Let's go then. Akayo-san will pick us up in his car, so we'll wait a little. And what's more, the death happened right now, which will give us time while everyone collects evidence. Izuku explained, and putting on all his hero clothes, he sat down in the hall, on the sofa. Nedzu joined him with a computer that he did not want to part with. Maybe you should ask Minnie about this person, Izuku asked, clicking on his phone. Do you think she knows something? What if what she told you back in the laboratory was connected with this person? And by the way, what did she say then? I'm not sure, in fact, I don't even remember. She refused to tell, arguing that it was no longer important. Nedzu complained rather offendedly, putting the computer aside. Did you really ask her to tell you? No. This is uncultural? Izuku grinned, but not that kind smile, but rather the manic, abnormal one that Nedzu sometimes, yes, sometimes no, wanted to see. In this case, he definitely didn't want to see her, and several goosebumps ran through his body. You know, my dear Nedzu, in our world, any information is important and necessary, and I think that assertiveness is one of the traits of an intelligent person. Oh, you mean aggressive manipulation? Nedzu asked, looking into Izuku's eyes, and a sparkle appeared in his eyes as well. Before they had time to say anything, the doorbell rang, which they definitely could not ignore. A second later, the most calm emotion formed on their faces, as if right now they were not discussing the manipulations, and getting up from the couch, walked out of the house together straight to the gate. Having closed both, they got into the car with Akayo-san and one police operative, Hago Atami. In silence they went to the appointed place. Chapter 13. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku, Nedzu, Akayo-san and the operative were driving together to the crime scene, which happened just recently. Demos was called there as a defender or an additional operative, so that if something happened, he would immediately rush to the second crime scene or protect the detective with his body. The reason was certainly stupid, but well, maybe Izuku can relax without doing much. Nedzu came with them to visit the murder scene himself and gain experience, and who knows, with his quirk, he most likely will guess. I think it's not worth explaining why Akayo-san and Hago Atami went with them. After all, the first detective who was appointed responsible for solving this case, and Hago-san is an operative and a police officer. Stopping at the outskirts of Musutafu, everyone got out of the car, while Izuku and Nedzu examined the surroundings. A small group of civilians had gathered around, a police van and another smaller one stood nearby, perhaps to transport the body in the future. A minute later, the hero Eon, already familiar to Demos, approached them. Nedzu, of course, had not encountered him and looked at the man with interest. He had short hair, somewhere between dark blue and dark purple, which was difficult to determine due to the darkness around him, and he also had a rather large black earring on his ear, the shape of which Nedzu could not determine. Perhaps a flower. Over the eyes were huge turquoise glasses covering eyes of the same color. This is probably to protect them. He was wearing a dark purple top, which included a circular vest that was tied to his back. On the shoulders there was also armor with pitch black spikes, which, God knows how, did not harm Eon. He was wearing ordinary pants, not tight, but far from roomy. Under the pants, ankle boots were clearly visible, which could only be identified by the metal toe. When the hero approached them, he immediately looked at everyone, but his gaze settled on Nedzu, which did not surprise him. I'm sorry, but what is the animal doing here? At this moment, Demos's hands began to itch, and Nedzu stood calmly, hiding his offense. He met Izuku's gaze and convinced him not to do anything. For the first few seconds, Nedzu thought about how to respond to such, although not direct, discrimination. The same phrases that he came up with when he met new doctors came to mind. Am I a mouse? Am I a bear? I am a dog? It doesn't matter. The main thing is that I am Nedzu, said the Ermine, clapping his hands. Okay, Eon said a little timidly, turning his attention to Akayo-san and Hago-san, nodding to Demos, whom he had never seen in person. I guess, hello. Shall we go to the crime scene? Said Eon, and without turning around went further into the alley. Nedzu and Demos looked at each other, Nedzu with joy and Izuku with apprehension. Unfortunately, at this stage they definitely could not communicate calmly, without prying eyes, and even more so, Akayo-san and Eon quickly run out of sight. They quickly follow them, but when they look at the corpse, stopped for a few seconds. Nedzu goes first while Demos hesitates. Everything is obvious, he doesn't like it here. He sighs, mentally preparing himself for nightmares or a sleepless night, and comes closer, looking around, doing his job as a bodyguard. Hago-san approaches Demos, standing next to him, a few centimeters away, meeting his gaze for a second. At this time, Nedzu, Eon and the detective examine the corpse in less detail, the surface in particular. He has injuries in the abdomen and knee area. Those were shots, Eon said a few minutes later, pushing aside the t-shirt and trouser leg of the corpse, clearly showing it to his colleagues. So this is a deliberate murder? Asked Nedzu. Tsukwachi-san. A small dose of drugs was found in the victim's blood, said the forensic medical examiner from the van, who managed to come up with a small, already printed report. Akayo-san quickly examined him and released him to the poor man, who was afraid to even stand close to the dead old man. So, he was not only shot, but also drugged before that? Asked Eon, continuing to carefully examine the evidence. Nedzu narrowed his eyes at Eon. After all, it is clear that this man, like many victims, first sipped tea at a tea shop. Everything was so obvious that even that anger at the beginning began to return. What about his personal belongings, were they stolen? Asked Nedzu, turning to Akayo-san. No, everything remained with him. A push-button telephone, house keys and a few thousand yen, the detective answered. For the first few seconds, Nedzu stands motionless, processing all the information he has. Still, it was strange that the corpse, unlike the others, was in some alley and the snipers were not afraid to shoot. Does this mean they're dealing with a progressive killer or killers? That is, they do more and more with each of their victims. Could it be the Yakuza? Thought Nedzu, remembering one of the classified police files. What was his quirk? He asked carefully, looking back at Eon. It seems like something powerful. According to the documents, he worked as a hero for a long time, but retired. And the quirk? Says Eon, holding in his hands papers that it is unclear when they appeared. Control of the earth. He could summon boulders from underground and manipulate them. Worked particularly in villages or rural areas. Nedzu beckons the detective and Eon with his hand, forcing them to squat down so they can hear him. I think it might be the Yakuza, he said almost in a whisper. Akayo-san jumped up from his crouch and cleared his throat several times. Eon looked at Nedzu as the genius that he essentially was. Eon, do you think 3 people could have participated? By the way, do you know how often they shot? Nedzu changed the subject. I think the first shot hit the knee. The second one is in the chest, actually. There was 1 second between shots. And in general, what makes you think so? Asked Eon, already knowing the answer. 2 snipers, 1 in the knee. The second immediately in the chest. But why would they even shoot in the knee? Ahem ahem. And the third walked behind, directing snipers along the rooftops. Or played the role of bait. For example, an old man needed help and a third man obediently took him to an alley, where he was shot. Akayo-san finally came to his senses and took them to the car, leaving Hago-san and Demos in the same place, but they seemed to have started a very interesting conversation. At least from Hago-san's side. Nedzu, what reason do you have to believe that these are the Yakuza? I'll start with the motive. Most likely, this is anger towards older people who are associated with the mental trauma of the leader or the entire group, as well as strong quirks. You know, that group that is trying to get rid of strong quirks. Well, or from them in principle. Then why don't they try to kill the new generation? About this. There are 2 options. Either they are so stupid that they think that they are helping to reduce the population, or they simply have no reason to do this. And it's easier to get rid of old people who haven't relied on their quirk for months, or even years. I agree with Nedzu. Bullets belong to service assault rifles, which are used very rarely, and only in emergency situations. It is quite easy to buy them in another country, but it will be difficult to transport them across the border here. Not even possible. And only the army has access to them. Well, and HPSC, probably, said Eon, bursting into the dialogue, looking through the information in his head. Does this mean that they produce it themselves? Asked Nedzu, or they buy it from other, illegal groups. So are they, anyway. I think we should ask Demos. He is an underground hero, and works with informants, said Eon. That's right, then I'll go up to him now, Nedzu said, opening the car door. Eon suddenly became angry. Where can you find him here? Now it was Nedzu and Akayo-san's turn to look at him like he was a fool. Eon, do you know the hero who came with us? No? This is Demos, said Akayo-san, and Nedzu got out of the car, approaching where Demos should be. Demos, Nedzu said, pulling Izuku by the pant leg, because he was actively discussing something with Hago-san. Izuku looked back at him, stopping the dialogue and squatting down next to Nedzu to listen to him better. Having whispered everything they discussed to Izuku, he calmly stood up, nodded, and took out a small pen and piece of paper from his belt and wrote down a note, allowing Nedzu to take it to Akayo-san while they sorted things out. When Nedzu was about to leave, Demos and Hago-san both once they called me to help remove the old man's corpse. Nedzu went into the car and closed the door again, immediately passing the note. Yes, such a market exists. Heroes are not allowed there, and to get into it, you need to try very hard, especially if you are not a villain. It's difficult for even a vigilante to get there. We'll talk about it later. This is what it says. The detective read, giving it to Eon to reread. I'll try to find information now, said Eon, leaning back in her seat. Tsukwachi-san, what will we do when we find out where we bought the weapons? Nedzu asked with interest, already mentally guessing. Through the seller we will find who exactly is purchasing, or who supplies them there. Then it will be easier to recognize the leader or pawns. It will be more difficult. Demos has informants, right? I think he can find people who will find out what's going on. Akayo-san muttered quite clearly, but fell silent when Demos and Hago-san approached their car. Sitting in the car on both sides of Eon, in the back seat, Demos spoke. Akayo-san, now we can leave. Of course, if you are ready, Izuku said. Then we'll go to the police station. We need to discuss something, Akayo-san said, and they left the street, beeping the civilians so as not to run them over. Having arrived, they all got out of the car, closed it, and went inside the police station. Hago-san went to one of the restrooms, citing a headache. Inside it was akin to a hospital, pure white and with many benches, as well as a pleasant cleanliness of the air and room. The only thing that was different was a bunch of police officers on duty, milling around with documents or cups of coffee. Well, or they simply stood guard over certain offices. Together with Tsukwachi, they walked through several corridors, and when they entered the elevator, they pressed the button with the words, Criminal Police. Entering the office where Izuku didn't have time to read the sign, they sat down at a conference table, long enough, and with a metal board opposite, to write anything down, and so that it could be seen by all people in the room. Everyone took their seats, but only Akayo-san remained standing to write any evidence on the board. So, Demos, what can you say about the underground market? It is protected quite well from the outside world, as well as from heroes or HPSC, police officers and all civilians, except those who have needs, for example, to consume blood. Also, there are not many guides to this place, because it is a huge space with hundreds of shops with all kinds of crime. From ordering murder to bloodshed. Demos is silent for several seconds, lowering his head, thinking about his thoughts, but continues. I don't really know how to get there, but I know that there are several stages of penetration into different parts. For example, to get to weapons sellers, you must fight in the ring and get several victories, or if you are already a trusted buyer. Also, you can get there if you have an influential guide with you, who have unlimited power. Izuku finished his thought while Akayo-san carefully took notes and listened carefully. How exactly is it protected? Or where is this place? Asked Eon, also writing down all the information in his head. Akayo-san, are the cameras working in this room? Izuku asked. Yes. Akayo-san said, turning around, but after a second his face became pale. Blades were thrown into every cell in the room, making it completely impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on them. If you want more information, then it will be much safer to talk in our estate with Nedzu, Izuku said, keeping silent about the reason. That's okay, but for what you had to crush the cameras? Izuku didn't answer on that, but it's easy enough to understand why he don't want to talk in police station. He doesn't want to lose his place as a trusted informant, even though he works as a hero. In fact, he would prefer not to deal with the law, but to become a vigilante, but if he gets caught, he will have to serve in Tartarus. Also, he does not want to lose the trust of semi-villains or other morally gray people. Of course, he doesn't collaborate with villains who kill just for fun to boost their self-esteem or ego. Akayo-san looks a little scared at his words. After all, Demos has never really followed the rules, and who knows what will come to his mind. Eon stood up from the table and approached Demos from behind, immediately receiving a suspicious look in his direction. Fine. May I ask a question? Personally, asked Eon. Izuku nodded and stood up, walking with Eon into the next room, a small closet that contained shelves with some of the things of suspects or those already killed that the police could not give to relatives. How do you know this? Eon asked a little angry, as if suspecting Demos, and leaning forward a little, towering over Izuku, who was half a head smaller than Eon. What do you mean? How do you, an ordinary quirkless underground hero, know so much about this place, unlike my quirk or the police? Such words made the blood boil, and calming mantras appeared in my head, which should not have allowed Izuku to lose his temper. Izuku immediately calmed down and removed his hood, revealing his face. Eon hesitated, losing a percentage of his confidence, and Izuku immediately saw where to hit in order to completely penetrate him. Are you sad that your quirk isn't that useful? Izuku asked almost emotionlessly, with a smiling face. He moved closer, grabbing Eon by the t-shirt and lowering his head to whisper in his ear, or rather, in the earring that contained the eavesdropping device. You know what? You're nothing but a pawn. I've been watching you all evening, and if you think I don't know that HPSC and our beloved president sent you to get to me, then think again. And I was invited here precisely for this reason, stupid and absurd. Who came up with this? You. And why? To find out my secrets. You are too naive and stupid, which is strange. Because your quirk increases your intelligence. And even more so. You're not such a hero anymore. Eon quickly pulled away as if he had been scalded by boiling water, his eyes darting across the face of Demos, who was smiling maniacally, and wrinkles formed around his eyes as he squinted. While Eon looked at Demos with absolute fear and panic in his eyes, Izuku injected him with a sedative that he always carried with him to give Eon a rest. He fell almost a second later, catching him. Izuku walked out with the body in his arms, immediately met with worried looks from Akayo-san and Nedzu. Without saying anything, Demos put Eon's body on the chairs so that Eon could lie down for a while. What happened to him? Asked Akayo-san. Nothing, it seems he fell from overworking. Recycling, to put it simply. Izuku said, pulling his hood back, hiding his poisonous eyes, in which anger was still burning from Eon's words. I suggest we leave. Still, we won't do anything now. Nedzu, let's go home. I'll take you. Akayo-san said, also getting up from his chair and leaving the room along with Nedzu and Demos, who was also carrying Eon's carcass to one of the restrooms with sofas. The three of them got into the car, and to the quiet singing of the radio they drove to the estate. Thank you for taking us. Bye, Izuku said, and together with Nedzu disappeared behind the huge gate. Having locked them, as well as the front door, Izuku sighed, kicked off his shoes and lay down on the sofa, ignoring Nedzu, who was trying to gently start a dialogue. Izuku. I know what happened in the closet, Nedzu said, sitting down next to Midoriya, who moved over. Of course, implying that he has good enough hearing to hear the conversation in the other room. You know that he was sent by the commission to find out my secrets, can you imagine? No, definitely not about that. Something was wrong when he said that he didn't understand that Demos had come with us. Now I think about it, and there are so many mistakes in his behavior. Still, he is a walking computer and 100% has a database of the external data of heroes without masks or costumes. Yes, even if not, then by the costumes for sure. Nedzu thought, looking at the wall. Izuku, meanwhile, lay completely still, not reacting at all, but after a few seconds he laughed. You are speaking very correctly, Nedzu. Absolutely everything you said was his mistakes. In fact, it was very interesting to watch how it breaks. But about computer. It's actually not true. He is a walking archive, I guess. Izuku agreed, examining the pockets in his pants, and pulled out the already slightly broken listening device. This thing was in the form of his earring. I believe that it does not send files, but accumulates them inside. I think we can remove absolutely everything from there, leaving it clean. Izuku suggested, handing the device to Nedzu so that he could examine it in case of mistakes in Izuku's words. Who knows, maybe she still transmits information in the present tense. Nedzu nodded, confirming Izuku's words, and placed the device on the coffee table, looking for a few more seconds as if it was about to explode. Okay. Izuku yawned. I still have patrol today, so. Izuku looked at his watch. Damn. Well, apparently, I won't get any rest. I have to run. Bye-bye. Izuku said, getting up from the sofa and going to the bathroom on the way. He ran out of the house. Well, from the looks of it, Nedzu will have to do the investigation himself. Chapter end notes. I actually think that right now I'm making from this FIC a big detective story, and I like it, to be honest. So, be ready, that from this chapter almost everything will go in crimes, and not characters. But of course there would be some chapters where you can meet other characters, and agency. Chapter 14 Chapter notes. Oh my god, while I was writing this chapter I remembered that in the second chapter Nedzu ate rats. Just know that he won't eat Minnie's family, at least not alive. And thank you for all your kudos, I really appreciate it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku sighs, pushing another folder aside. Yeah, having your own agency isn't that much fun, especially when it's just starting to be built. There's so much paperwork and certificates to fill out that he's starting to feel sick. He's been stuck in this office all day, and only half of the paperwork is left. No, of course, there weren't that many, but he also had to reread everything several times and talk to the HPSC representatives who had to allow him to have his own agency. Although there weren't many reasons why the commission could forbid it. For example, incorrect work or multiple registered complaints from civilians or other heroes. For example, the hero didn't try to help the victim. Or even hurt someone with his actions, in which case you either lose your license or the agency takes the rap for you. But if you're just starting out, the commission sometimes turns a blind eye to it, as well as if it's done by a hero from the top 3. For example, Endeavor. The number 3 hero as of late, and the most hated hero for Izuku. For many in the underground, Endeavor was known as an asshole who was ready to go against the law and marry a woman just to have a child with the perfect quirk. But with each passing day in the top 3, Izuku's colleagues stopped doing anything with this man, not trying at all. And the commission is not helping. Midoriya found enough evidence to at least revoke his license, but it is not time yet. Izuku sighed and got up from the table, paying attention to the windows. There the sunset has completely disappeared and it is starting to get very dark, which means that he sat at the papers for about 6 hours since the last break for food. His back wanted to break in half, and his legs almost did not work anymore, but ignoring his condition, Izuku reached the kitchen and plopped down on a chair. It seemed that Nedzu was spending time with the cat and mouse today, somewhere on the outskirts of Musutafu, and Izuku would probably be alone all night, which hadn't happened for a long time. No, of course, he had survived alone for the first months after graduating from school, but now that he had become so accustomed to meeting Nedzu every time, whether in the living room or in the kitchen, it was a little uncomfortable. Demos looked at the door leading to a fairly large dining room. Previously, for the first 2 years after his mother's death, he lived here with Aunt May, and they always had dinner in the dining room, telling each other everything that happened during the day. Now this room is empty. Neither Nedzu nor Izuku saw much significance in it, and therefore they simply walked around, always eating either in their room or in the kitchen itself at the table. Well, or in the office, in the library and generally throughout the house. Izuku sits in complete silence, but suddenly there is a crash from behind the door of the dining room. This sometimes happened with other things, but Demos always ignored it, calmly picking up or leaving the thing on the floor. Now, in complete silence before, the crash sounded like lightning, which prompted Izuku to get up from the table and open the large door. For the first few seconds, Izuku just looks into the darkness of the room, trying to assess what happened, but of course, he sees nothing and turns on the light. Inside, there was some kind of chaos. There are chairs scattered on the floor, and magazines and a few thin books have been thrown off a small dresser with a tablecloth. This kind of room is Izuku can't even describe it. It was as if he subconsciously knew what to expect due to the constant sounds, but it still didn't make it any easier. He remembers a conversation with his friend, Heather, who was fascinated by the afterlife due to her quirk. She had a necromancer's quirk. She was able to communicate with the afterlife through rituals that, it felt like, only she knew. According to her, if the soul wanders for too long, it loses its mind and can start attacking, and if you make direct contact, it can cause great physical harm. Before that, she was lucky, and each time the soul simply raged and was on the edge, but never in her practice was there such a thing that the soul could not be cleansed or expelled. No, of course, Midoriya suspects that Heather is keeping this quiet. In fact, there were many such stories from her, and about some threshold that blocks the path of ghosts, but Demo's doubts, not saying a word to her, just silently supporting her. Izuku finally moves, starting to lift the chairs, but stops when someone touches his shoulder. He turns around sharply, but does not see anyone, and turns back, thinking that this is an ordinary accident. Izuku also continues to relatively calmly lift chairs, magazines and books, but he tenses up for the 10th time in these 2 minutes. There was a distinctly oppressive atmosphere in this room as Izuku put everything in its place, but at the last moment, when he was almost closing the door, a melody was heard from the locker. Of course, Izuku knew about the existence of a radio in this room, but he never really touched it or heard it, and in principle did not pay attention to it. Demos froze, feeling the cold breeze that blew from the room. Turning around, he quickly went to the dresser, opened it and took out a rather battered radio, which was already starting to turn off by itself due to its age. Izuku pulled out the almost dead batteries from it and left the radio on the dresser, almost running out of the room and slamming the double almost 2-meter door. His heart wanted to jump out of his chest, eyes darted around, and breathing became more and more sweeping, losing its rhythm. Izuku sank to the floor, feeling his heart pounding in his ears, head, and also labored breathing. For the first few seconds, he is still trying to comprehend what happened, his eyes darting around the corridor, but he realizes what is happening. Well, he is having a panic attack, and Izuku is doing breathing exercises, trying to calm himself down, thinking about everything in the world outside this room. 10 minutes later, he comes to his senses and wipes his forehead, which is completely covered in sweat, and his eyes, which have already started to tear up, with the sleeve of his sweater. Izuku stood up shaking, and leaning against the wall, he slowly began to climb up to his room to rest a little. Walking into his room, Izuku fell onto the bed, breathing loudly and, it seems, calming down. Getting out of bed, he went into the bathroom, and did not even try to look at the mirror, consciously avoiding what he would see. He took a cold shower and returned to bed, immediately falling asleep. Izuku appears in the darkness, the old dining room before his eyes again, together with Aunt May and... Wait, where are the other people from? At the table, besides them, there were almost transparent figures, dark gray and light green, almost white. The ghosts laugh at his jokes, and also discuss something during the silence between Aunt May and himself. He knows that he has already said this, in the same place, with his aunt, but besides them, there was never anyone here. This means that he now sees his memories, and the brain has added someone else there. The ghosts suddenly fall silent and turn to Izuku, who, standing with his back to the door, is trying to feel for the handle to leave the room. The ghosts quickly stand up, or rather, one of them, the dark gray one. They put their hand on his shoulder and then hug him completely, clasping Izuku from behind and pressing close. The second, light green figure also gets up from their place and puts both hands on Izuku's and the dark gray figure's shoulders. The gray ghost walks away, rubbing his face with their hands, as if wiping away tears. Meanwhile, he and Aunt May also continue to chat at the table, not paying attention to what is happening. For the first few seconds, Izuku stares at the gray figure, and after a few seconds, everything becomes clear, the memory from behind, completely washed away, revealing a concrete floor with space around. Izuku says the previously gray figure, who finally became clear. Well, instead of them there was his grandmother, who was in a few photos in his house. The second, light green, a young man who looks very similar to Izuku, but with a few differences. How did I dream about this? Izuku muttered, receiving glances. Izuku, this is not a dream, or rather, a vision, says his grandmother in a hero costume. Izuku smiles very crookedly, trying to agree with his late grandmother. Izuku. Something is coming. I don't know when, but danger is near. Please, be safe. Okay, says his grandmother, and Izuku wakes up. Midoriya sits up on the bed, holding his head in his hands. What the hell was that? Why does he have his dead grandmother in his dreams? What is a person he doesn't know doing there? How the hell did that even happen? Well, that was a strange dream, of course, says Izuku and gets out of bed, looking at his watch on the wall. It's about 6 a.m. now. Nodding to himself and deciding that he won't fall asleep again, Izuku goes to the kitchen to make himself some tea. He's ignoring the door to the dining room as much as possible now, not even turning in its direction. Sitting down at the table, Izuku sighs and lowers his head onto the table. The last few hours have been total crap, especially in regards to the dining room and his sleep. Grandma said that this isn't a dream, but a vision. He'd often heard from Heather that many people complained about these dreams, and it seems that if dead people appear in your dreams, it's a bad sign that indicates imminent sad news, just like his grandmother warned him. This happens very rarely, and knowing about the existence of quirks on the contrary became even more alarming. Maybe this is a villain who is moderately trying to drive you crazy. It's quite possible. The idyll is interrupted by the bell ringing, which is very alarming. Why would anyone want to come into his house at 6 a.m.? Getting up from his chair, he found himself in the hallway and pressing a button behind a small shoe cabinet. The wall slid open and a monitor with a camera opened, showing the gate. He didn't use the monitor often, since very few strangers wanted to come into his house. Right in front of the gate, several people were standing, loudly discussing something and gesturing. In one of them, he can recognize the deputy president of the commission and the director of the file department, which Izuku was having the most fun at. But he was lucky, and instead of an old man, in his place was a young man who had already taken the place of the director of the department. Sighing, Izuku put the monitor back into the wall and sat down on the floor. Now his thoughts were racing. Should he open for them or pretend that he was not at home? True, Izuku was glad that Nezu was not at home now, otherwise there would be a lot of questions. Although, maybe it was because of him that they came. But why? Having made his decision, Izuku gets up from the floor, dusts himself off, takes his hero's jacket, a few knives, his hero's shoes and leaves the house in huge house shorts, but stops for a second, remembering a fragment of a dream. Izuku. Something is approaching. I don't know when, but danger is near. Please, be safe, okay? Maybe that's why his late grandmother showed up. But why only now, when there shouldn't have been anything really scary? Why didn't she come on the day his mother died? Why? Izuku interrupted his thoughts. Now it looks like his brain, due to stress, decided to play a little joke on him by throwing him a dream. Demos continued to walk closer, and after entering the password, he opened the gate door a little, so that if anything happened, he could slam it shut right away. The deputy immediately notices him, and begins to talk in a sickeningly sweet way. Hero Demos, right? Izuku nodded silently. We have something for you here. Let us in? Asked the deputy, coming closer and closer and forcing Izuku to step back, opening the gate. Okay. Answered Izuku, and closed the gate behind the director, who, due to his inexperience, did not know how to behave. Having let them into the house, he walked to his office, closely watching the HPSC workers. They came in and sat down on the sofa, which was closest to Izuku's desk. So, Demos. We heard that you are an experienced hero? Asked the deputy, opening his suitcase. Izuku nodded mutely, still remaining silent. This time, the young man cleared his throat. The committee and I have decided that you will participate in the mission to intercept the Yakuza. For the first few seconds, Izuku simply stared at the representatives, but then he smiled to himself, thinking about the coincidence. However, he was almost certain that this was far from it, and in fact, either the earpiece was transmitting information in real time, or he would be fighting against another group. Seeing his face, the deputy and the director looked at each other and nodded to each other, continuing to talk. As I see, you are interested in this. You are right. The deputy finally pulled out a folder from his suitcase, which he had been keeping open all this time, apparently to slam it shut when they did not see interest. So here's the deal. You must read everything and come to the address and time indicated on the first page along with the date. You will not mix it up, said the deputy director and stood up from the sofa together with the director of the archives, but when the young colleague almost left the room he turned around. You no longer have the right to refuse this mission, he said in a rather aggressive manner, but then his voice again became sweet and cloying. Will you see us off, Demo-san? Midoriya quickly stood up, and after seeing them out of the house and the territory, he looked back at the mailbox that was hanging on the fence. It was rusty enough to indicate that it had not been used or cleaned for a long time. Surprisingly, an envelope made of light green paper was sticking out of it. Having pulled out the envelope and examined it, he immediately found the senders, from the Bakugo family. Well, Izuku would not say that this surprised him much. He lost contact with this family after the death of his mother. It seems that they even looked for him then, according to Aunt May, but they did not find anything, which was expected. But Midoriya won't be surprised if he turns out that this letter was sent several months ago. After all, he doesn't check his mailbox very often. Returning to the house, Izuku closed the door and quickly changed his clothes, and entering the living room, he plopped down on the couch again, feeling a pain in his head from another stack of documents and 2 hours of sleep. He fell asleep with a feeling of anxiety, but not only for himself, but also for Nezu, who would not be home for 2 hours. Nezu walked silently down the alley, one of the most familiar to him at the moment. It was quite dark, but his eyesight and rather short stature saved him. In front of him walked his rat friend, whom they had met earlier. Having reached the necessary part, Nezu and the rat pushed the box aside and went inside to the base. There Minnie was already waiting for them, who was calmly sitting in front of the map and examining it, trying to find new places. Nezu. Glad to see you. The half-cat half-mouse purred and jumped off the table. Minnie. Remember the favor you were talking about? Let's say. Can your friends examine something, but first, will you answer my questions? Asked Nezu, sitting down on one of the boxes that stood inside the room. I'll answer what I can. Do you know anything about the underground market? Oh, an interesting place, but quite dangerous. What is it for? There is an investigation into it now. Well, you know, initially it is connected with deaths, but we thought about it and decided that we need to investigate the underground markets. And apparently there is only one, but it is huge, and we need help. Minnie is silent, thinking over the offer. Is that all? Or is there something else? She asked. There is one man who is of great interest to us. But first, we will need to keep an eye on the building, the tea shop. About the tea shop. I don't think there is any danger for my family in it. It can be arranged quite well. But, Minnie is silent for a few seconds, trying to formulate a thought. The underground market is a very dangerous place. There's nothing for ordinary people to do there, so I might not be able to agree to it. Unless someone from the family volunteers. With these words, the half-cat, half-mouse turned to the already crowded rats who were waiting for their leader's words. One of them squeaked and stepped forward, followed by 5 more mice. Well, that means I'll have to approve your mission, but next time, you'll have to pay with something. Sure. Nezu replied, and they began to plan, and I forgot to tell you. We'll need a map, but it's not necessary. Well, it's good that it's not necessary, because we won't be able to make one. Afterwards, they spent many hours planning the operation, in particular, where everyone would be, as well as the route. Do you already know what kind of Yakuza group is behind this? Minnie asked after a long silence. I wouldn't say. We suspect that it's, I don't remember the name. In general, they're going to get rid of the Quirks. Nezu answered, withholding the name. But we also need to get more information about it first. For example, find out about the approximate reputation among other groups. Why not allow the idea that they just want attention? I did not think about that. Which is strange. I hadn't thought about that. That's weird. Anyway, I'm pretty sure they're doing it for recognition. Or to scare the other bad guys. You know, I think I can help you with some advice. Minnie purred, and called them back to the crowd of rats, waving her paw, making it clear that there was nothing to listen to right now. Everyone obeyed her and went about their business. Minnie turned back to Nezu, continuing to talk. If the news reports on strange deaths, we can see how the criminals react. What will they do? Will they continue to kill in more and more sophisticated ways, or will they stop? Actually, that's a sound idea. Thanks, Minnie. Well, of course. It wasn't for nothing that I was one of the smartest in the lab. Minnie said proudly, but fell silent, as if regretting her words. In any case, it's already 8 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it time for you to go? Minnie purred, reminding him of his plans. Right. Thank you again, not only for the offer but also for your help. See you soon. Nezu said, but stopped, rummaged a little in the bag he took with him, and pulled out a small rectangular thing. It's a phone, so we can communicate with each other. My phone number is already there. Nezu said, and put the phone in front of Minnie. Do you need help? No, it's easy. Minnie said, already rummaging in the phone. Then see you later, Nedzu said, and without turning around, he walked out of the wall, closing it with a box again. After leaving the alley, Nedzu headed home, along the same road he had taken when he came here. Chapter end notes. I guess I love this chapter. Especially the fact that I added character that love ghosts and some kind of ghostbuster. Or hunter. Don't worry, Heather will be in future, and I think that could be her nickname. End notes. So I don't really know how this work is sound in English, so I hope that everything is okay. Next chapter will be after some time. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.